Welcome, everyone. This is episode 125 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known as Look Out, Sir. My name's Dan, and as per the format that has been established, it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I introduce my good friend, my super pal, my ultra buddy, Phil.
Well, thank you, one and all. What a kind introduction from your good self.
A kind but utterly appropriate introduction, Phil. You know, it has come to my attention that you were deeply, wounded when I only, referred to our gathering collective, our, mutual status as merely being a friend. So I took it upon myself to over-embellish it for your, hopeful pleasure.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah.
There you go. I do listen to you,
ticks
Phil.
to that box.
It's almost a bit too much, though, isn't it, Phil?
Is it? No,
I don't know.
That's the right amount. If you're not heaped with praise for your friendship by your friends, get rid of them. They're not worth it.
I mean, that would be ever so extreme, wouldn't it? That if everyone out there needed their friends to kind of overly emphasize, I suppose, the status of their, dare I say, relationship at various points. But it never hurts to have it reaffirmed, though,
Well, exactly. This is my method going forwards now. Every time I meet up with one of my friends, I'm going to get them to basically sign a pledge of allegiance to our friendship.
It makes sense, mate. It makes sense. I look forward to that paperwork. I will have my lawyers, not that I actually have any, look over it in great detail. I want to make sure that I'm not getting, a raw deal from this arrangement.
Of course you don't. Of course you won't.
Exactly. I know you feel you're going to slip some kind of secret clause in there somewhere.
Yeah.
You're going to diddle me with something.
I own your soul clause that will be snuck in there.
That was a classic episode of The Simpsons, wasn't it? Where Bart sold his soul to Milhouse. Do you remember that one, Phil?
Yeah,
do you remember that one?
Funny enough, it's a reference I understand.
My goodness. Every now and again, mate, a broken clock is right twice a day. What are we going to talk about this episode, Phil?
Well, this is a bonus episode because you're probably listening to this on a Saturday where you didn't expect to hear us. So we are covering part 2 of the Aeldari Codex, which is Harlequins and Ynnari.
Absolutely. But in addition to Harlequins and Ynnari, we have, of course, a 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello, Dad.
What are you doing in here, son?
Oh,
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
All right, Phil, you're back on form. You got one right. I don't know why that necessarily indicates you being back on form, but it does mean that the last time we did this, you were correct. Were you correct the time before that, Phil, or is it only the last time?
No, I think I was wrong the time before.
Oh, Phil.
Just one.
Terrible business. Awful stuff. But which one are we going for this week, Phil? Which one have I randomly decided to pick?
I'm going with Apple Podcasts of Australia.
I'm afraid not, Phil. It's a Facebook week this week.
Oh.
We're going over to the realm of Facebook. I have to admit, I understand that we've kind of made this into a gimmick, this nice little guessy game, but it is an absurd segment in and of itself. We're going to keep doing it out of strange,
because this segment isn't long enough as it is already.
I know, but it's kind of become part of the established patter. But the more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. But we've come this far, so we're gonna stick to it. Basically, the game, as I understand it, as we all understand it, is can Phil guess what I've randomly picked? There's no logic to it. There's no like the odds aren't even like 50-50 ideally. I mean, there's many a possibility. So it's a very peculiar game.
It's pretty amazing that I did as well as I did for how long I did it for.
Well, it speaks to the fact that you and I clearly spend too much time together. That's what it is.
True. Clearly, we need to hang out more often we need to reconnect our psychic, synapse.
Oh, is that what you're saying has happened? That the link has been severed as a result of you not guessing Facebook this time?
No, I'm saying because we haven't hung out in person much. That's true. What we need to do. True. Reconvene.
We haven't embred lately, have we? That's the problem.
Exactly. That's what we need to do.
Our minds have touched tips across the internet, but we haven't physically done so in a while.
Yes.
Is that inherently a very rude thing to say, or can that be translated any other way? Because I kind of feel like maybe there was like an ET phones home vibe to that, so it was okay.
Well, let's pretend that's what it is.
That's what we're going for. Fingertips.
That's what we're going for. Yeah,
that's what
fingertips.
That's what
of course.
There we go. Anyway, home. Anyway, this week's podcast 5-star review thingy mabib comes from an individual called James, surname withheld, a funny, casual podcast that helps escape from the negativity of other forms of media. Now, I'm curious whether that statement is a reflection of just all media, covering all variety of topics, and the imposed or rather implied negativity found within, or perhaps that's a direct reference to the negativity within the Warhammer 40,000 content community at the moment. Because I have noticed that them 40k peeps are a little bit down on things at the moment. Although I suppose we've been that in the past as well, haven't we? We're weirdly kind of coming up at the moment where it seems like a lot of others are going down. Strange, isn't it, how we don't align ever?
No. Yeah.
Odd. Anyway, the Jeremy Beadle sketch is awesome. Hey, Phil?
You're still using that, even though I told you not to.
Mate, I love the fact. See, look, everyone listening gets to hear what our relationship's really like behind the scenes. I told you not to, Dan.
Told you not to.
Well, there you go. It's still in there, mate. I even used the cowboy one last week, which a lot of people don't like.
My right of veto is clearly not being respected.
It's not that it's not being respected. I'm just mixing it up. I use your ones as well, mate. I use yours ones as well. Feel free to add more. The more you give me, the more they will go into the mix. That's how it is.
I'll see what I can do.
The more you contribute, the less you'll have to listen to Jeremy Beadle. Although I suspect Jeremy Beadle will have been the one that preceded this, given this beautiful shout out. Because it is awesome, Phil. You need to understand. As an expat, you guys give me me a dose of home at the same time as wetting my palate. Well, there we go. Doesn't specify what we're wetting his palate for. Could be any number of topics.
Tips of his fingers, obviously.
Well, exactly. That's what we're doing. We're wetting his tips. Anyway, Dan has been an inspiration in a way, having a similar situation to myself. Thanks, guys. Very odd. I've been an inspiration in a way, having a similar situation myself. I don't know what that situation is because he doesn't specifically say. It could be any number of things.
Does he have his own podcast with an annoying co-host?
But I thought I was the annoying co-host. I thought that was the whole gimmick. You're the straight man. I'm the absolutely. You're James May, and I'm Richard Hammond. That's how it is.
No, you're definitely Jeremy Clarkson.
Well, potentially. So then, are you James May?
I think that's been well established. Yeah,
absolutely. And Joe used to be old Richard the Hamster Hammond. He's not a real hamster.
Yes, but he's gone.
He's gone. Stop talking about him, Dan. He's gone. God darn it. Anyway, there you go. He's had a similar situation, and I've inspired him in some way, which is lovely. I assuming that it's all good stuff, and that I haven't, set him off on some kind of rampage or something like that. So thank you very much, James. Name withheld. It's appreciated. We always appreciate when people take it upon themselves to leave us a 5-star review. And if you would like to do so, the general blurb. Maybe try doing it. There are places where you can leave words, there are places where you can leave 5-star reviews. So maybe do that. That would be lovely. But before we get around to doing that, or you specifically, because that doesn't really apply to us, because that would be foul play if we left our own 5-star reviews. It would be naughty. Here's Phil.
Thank you, James. From wherever in the world that is not England or the United Kingdom, where you currently reside, I'm glad you're enjoying the show. I'm glad Dan has inspired you. I suspect you have a big pile of plastic shame and you've been inspired just to offload it onto your mates for free, because that is what Dan promises he will do to us. Thank you very much, Dan and James. Keep up the good and fine work.
Whatever it is.
Yes, whatever.
We don't rightly know. What I liked about James's comment, as I've kind of alluded to through the words that I used, there's a lot of, room for interpretation. There's hints of things, I'm an expat. So he's clearly living somewhere that isn't here. He likes Jeremy Beadle's sketch, which is lovely. We've inspired him, specifically me. But again, it's sort of lacking in kind of conclusive, finite evidence after the fact. So, yeah, room for interpretation. Now that I think about these things, actually, though, is this one of the individuals that I've been having a great many conversations with over the messenger system? Let me just check.
Oh, maybe indeed.
There was a fella who is living in Japan that I've been chatting to.
Was he
called
that's James?
An individual. No, that's an individual called Ethan. Name withheld. He seems fond of the podcast, though. I don't know if he's left us a 5-star review anywhere, but he
make him.
Indeed, perhaps. Who could say? Anyway, there you go. That's that bit. You know how it goes from now. We have patrons. They keep us honest, and we like honesty. So, give us some of your money, and we will continue to do what we do without shilling every 5 minutes, except obviously for our own patron. But hey, no one's perfect. And then on the topic of not shilling, how's about you buy a t-shirt? Ooh, that sounds like fun. Links will be and are in the description. Leave us a 5-star review. Thanks very much. Anything else, Phil?
I was just going to say, because I don't think we've talked about it on podcast, our t-shirts, or one of our t-shirts, made it all the way to the LVO this year. That was quite impressive. I saw on Instagram.
I saw that too. He looked good.
Very good, yeah. It'd be impressive if someone else could top that in any way. Where can our t-shirts appear? Obviously, you've got to buy one first to do this and to partake. But, tag us on Instagram at LookoutSir40k, I think.
I would almost prefer it, though, Phil, if people created their own Lookout Sir t-shirts. I think it'd be quite funny to see the kind of custom jobs that people would do and then the places that they might
get a plain t-shirt with some marker pens. Go wild.
Go wild, absolutely. We give you complete, authority to use our intellectual property however you see fit. As long as you don't rip us off in so much as start your own Lookout Sir podcast and do better than us at it.
Yes, you're basically saying as long as you don't make money out of it, you can do what you want.
Well, yeah, but it'd be nice if someone made money out of it.
Well, that would be true.
All right, anyway, that's that. We're going to get on. Hope you enjoy it. It will promise to be a fine episode. Transitional noise. I'm not doing a very good one today. Blah. Hello, everyone. In this part of the podcast, myself and Phil are going to take it upon ourselves to talk through the various rules that make up the Ynnari. But what are the Ynnari, Phil? I have never heard of them.
Oh, dear God. Right. Ynnari. Back in the days, the end of 7th edition, Beltan for Craftworld was fractured. There was an awakening of another god, which was Ynnari, I think.
Something like that. The god of death. Let's just go with that. It's a lot easier.
God of death. It was there was a big whole story about, was it I want to say Iliad, not what's his name. Your favourite guy that you like to take.
Oh, Eldred Ulfran.
Eldred Ulfran, that's it. He was going about, he was doing some stuff, doing some mystical summonings, trying to collect some swords, And eventually, due to this weird thing that happened, this new elder god was created. Basically, they love death. The only way they think they can escape Slanesh is to actually sort of die, I think. I think that's their way of doing it. They kind of willingly kill themselves as opposed to try to steal away the souls in soul stones. Instead, they've got some weird death and resurrection thing going on instead.
Yeah, so the broad strokes of Ynnari, and I have to be honest with you, it's the element of Aeldari kind of fluff that I'm probably the least swatted up on. But the broad strokes is it's a death cult, effectively, in the sense that they are convinced that this new, emerging rebirth of this, god of death is going to protect them from the effects of Slanesh. Like the idea of, say, Harlequins, for example, is that the laughing god, comes along and steals their souls away before they are, condemned to arriving with Slanesh. But in the case of this one, it's sort of a similar kind of vibe in the sense that this god of death is, being able to keep its followers safe from the eternal damnation that comes from being consumed by Slanesh once they pass. Again, this is a sort of interesting narrative, but in terms of what it's done from a kind of broader lore perspective, is it's created this kind of almost brash subfaction of Aeldari who effectively kind of disregard a lot of the recommendations and things which they've essentially come to believe as necessary to preserve their life. So, like one of the things that the Craftworlders or the as Ynnari or whatever they're called these days do is the reason why they're always typically helmeted and covering their faces because they're trying to, protect and conceal their individuality, because such a thing would be a kind of characterful expression which goes against the kind of principles of the path. The idea is you cover your face because you're not, supposed to really kind of stand out in any way.
Maybe you need to tell that to the new plastic sculpt designers.
Well, the reason why the plastic sculpt designers offer you fleshy faces is to actually showcase the Ynnari variants, as it were. So
okay, that
the
makes
Warlock kit has the, Aeldari fleshy faces to showcase them as potentially Ynnari variants. Although obviously now you're still obviously completely welcome to use those head variants and then obviously say that these are not Ynnari, because that's a totally reasonable and sensible and perfectly acceptable thing to do, I suppose. But
people will know you're wrong.
Well, I don't know if enough people will know you're wrong, given the fact that this isn't really a very well, explored piece of fluff.
We are telling our listeners to go out there and harass Aeldari players with fleshy faces on them.
Certainly from my perspective, I like Warlocks to have their helmets because it's more in line with the kind of established visuals and aesthetics of the unit. Like to me, a Warlock's not a Warlock when it hasn't got its signature Warlock helm, which is also why I had a little bit of a grumble with the new plastics, because although that signature helm is sort of there, they've added an additional kind of element to it. So as now it kind of almost resembles more a Guardian-esque helmet, which is interesting with the way that they've approached painting it. It's strange to see Warlocks that don't have the complete paint job on the kind of inner helmet face area thing. Basically, adopting more of a traditional kind of almost like I say Guardian look, where maybe the majority of the helm is white and then they've got their kind of like black face plate, whereas traditionally the whole kind of area would have been black other than the sort of outskirts of it. I can see Phil looking for visual references in the book to try and understand what the heck I'm talking about. But trust me, Phil, it's a thing.
Okay. I was going to say the other interesting and probably most notable factor about Ynnari is that what's her name? It's Yvraine. Yvraine, she's united the tribes, so to speak. And actually, Ynnari's the one faction where it's Craftworld, Harlequins, and Drakari all fighting together. So if you want to play Ynnari, you technically will probably want to have the Drakari Codex as well, because that plugs into the Ynnari. So you can take all of them, basically.
Yeah, I mean, Ynnari's main gimmick is the fact that, you can basically bring everything from Craftworlds. Now, there are or have typically been exceptions to that, and we'll get into those in a moment, but effectively there normally are certain restrictions in terms of things that can't be Ynnari, because the ideals of Ynnari essentially oppose these, existing kind of approaches to things. Having actually, up until this point, not taken the time to read these Ynnari rules, I can't say for certain if that is the case. So I'm avoiding.
It is. I've glanced already. So, for example, the Avatar of Cain, obviously you can't have him.
There you go.
And there's a few others as well that you can't have.
Yes. So we'll get into that in a moment. But yeah, basically there are some sort of baked-in restrictions in terms of what is and isn't, likely to find itself as a Ynnari. But yeah, beyond that, I think, ultimately the way that they've broadly tried to express this within the confines of this book is they've effectively now just become a craft world, right?
I guess so, in terms of how the rules work. They're sort of being treated like an extra craft world, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, at the end of the day, that is a perfectly sensible approach, because it adds a certain level of kind of streamlining to the way various kind of stratagems and rules kind of interact with them. I guess where obviously it gets most interesting is when you layer in all of the additional Drakari elements and, factor all of that into the mix. But we're going to get into the rules, I suppose, and we can start to make some sort of more general sweeping comments from there. But yeah, look, Ynnari, when they first blew up onto the scene, introduced a bunch of very interesting, very aggressive gameplay mechanics that, in a lot of respects, broke the game.
Well, they were so good when they first came out. They were like the competitive choice, I think, for a time at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing was that for whatever reason, Games Workshop decided that, out of sequence shooting and other kind of interactions, because it was out of sequence combat, out of sequence shooting, out of sequence movement, this was the first army that, braved that kind of additional layer of complexity into the game. And again, within the confines of 7th edition, which was a game that was much more of a kind of system-led system of rules, the idea of having an army, units which could actually bend the rules or break them in such an egregious manner was really, really unheard of at that time. And that's really where they broke
much,
it. Yeah.
Leading the forefront to how a lot of the mechanics of 8th works.
Yes.
For sure. So with Ynnari, it was basically, if one of your units, or I think even one of your opponent's units, died, like you completely destroyed them, your unit in question, either the one that died or no, a nearby unit, I think, could then do an action. So, even if, something died from a psychic power, it could then shoot, for example, do all sorts of crazy stuff.
Yeah, it was a bit bonkers, let's be real. But ever since then, they've been effectively scrambling around to try and figure out a way of instilling that kind of power from death element, because the idea is that when their friendly Aeldari Ynnari units around them died, the surge of the death would basically give a surge of energy, which would effectively spur them on to greater deeds. And that's still kind of been the core concept of Ynnari. Basically, they get off on watching their friends dying, and it makes them good. Used to be the broad consensus in terms of how they functioned.
So snuff lovers is what you're saying.
Snuffleupagus. I've not heard that statement before. I thought you were at first going to make some Snuffleupagus reference to the famous woolly mammoth of Sesame Street fame.
No, that's a reference I don't get.
Do you not?
As is often the way.
Do you not remember Snuffleupagus?
No.
Do you remember Big Bird?
Obviously.
How do you not remember Snuffleupagus, but you remember Big Bird? This is insanity.
Because Big Bird is the main character in Sesame Street.
Yeah, and his his sidekick, his number 2 buddy was Snuffleupagus. Hey, Snuffy, how you doing, Snuffy? Hey, Big Bird.
I don't believe you.
Come on now, you're telling me you don't remember Snuffleupagus?
No, we'll Google it later, and we're
all right, fine. You're gonna have egg on your face, Phil, when you remember old Snuffy.
I'm sure.
Exactly. Good old Snuffy. Although now, when you actually think about it in the context of what you're saying, having a kids' TV character called Snuffy maybe a little bit too on the edge or too on point. Anyway, right, let's talk about this army. So Ynnari, I'll kick it off. Why not? I love the sound of my own voice. A Craftworld detachment that is from the Ynnari can also include Harlequin units, Cabal Drakari, Witch Cult Drakari, Incubi units, and Scourges units. See Codex Aeldari. But for each of these units, it must also include one Ynnari or Ynnari unit with the same battlefield role. A Ynnari detachment that includes any of these units in this way is still considered to be an Craftworld's detachment. But the following additional rules apply. So, you can have Harlequins and a bunch of Drakari stuff, but in the doing of, you need to make sure that you have equal amounts of Craftworld units. Makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's like Death Guards, Marines, and Poxwalkers.
Absolutely. What rules do you get, though, Phil? Tell me.
Well, so Harlequins and Drakari units included in a Ynnari detachment lose the Sedaf, Cabal, or Witch Cult faction keywords. So that's their normal sub-faction keywords that they get. But they gain the Ynnari faction keyword instead. Note that because the Ynnari keyword is considered to be a replacement for the Craftworld's in brackets keyword, these units will gain Craftworld attributes as specified on page 84. So we need to go back and remind ourselves of what these attributes are, because we talked about them in the last episode.
Well, the Craftworld attributes essentially is the Craftworld keyword. So the attributes are what you're granted by the Craftworld. So typically the Craftworld attribute, say, would be Ulfway, but in this instance, it's going to be Ynnari. So that's what their Craftworld becomes, right?
Okay, pretty straightforward.
Yeah. So basically, they gain the ability to be Ynnari, is what they're saying.
Okay, that makes sense. So next up, Ynnari Psykers cannot know any powers from the Runes of Fate discipline, but can know powers from the Revenant discipline instead of one of the other disciplines they have access to. For example, when generating psychic powers for a Ynnari Farseer model, you can select powers from the Revenant and or Ruins of Fortune discipline, but never the Ruins of Fate discipline.
Runes, Phil, not ruins.
Oh, it's like Tome and Tomb all over again.
Exactly, or any number of my dyslexic moments throughout the history of this podcast. So
yes,
I revel in the opportunity to correct you on words for once.
Well, I know. It was Ruins of Fate, the good one that we talked about, that you said, yes. Why wouldn't you always take this? So that's the one that they don't get now.
Yeah, they don't get the good Runes of Fate. They get the Revenant discipline, which we'll get into in a moment.
Yeah.
We'll get into it in a moment.
So next up, we've also got Harlequin transport models in a Ynnari detachment. Lose every instant of a Sedaf keyword from the transport ability on their datasheet. Ynnari Harlequin units cannot be given any pivotal role upgrade, and Ynnari Drakari units cannot be given any Lords of Komorgara, or Favored Retinue upgrades. See Codex Aeldari. So, it sort of makes sense that because you're getting all these Ynnari kind of Craftworld in brackets abilities, you're going to lose out on some of the normal stuff that you would get in, being mono-faction Harlequins or Drakari.
Yeah, makes sense at the end of the day. If you're not really Drakari, why would you get the, super duper Drakari benefits of being the bestest versions of them? So totally get it. Makes sense. Sensible series of restrictions and additions there. In terms of actually the restrictions, I suppose I'll go through those because I did mention that those were a thing, and Phil very kindly told me that they were. And here they are in word form. You cannot include Phoenix Lords. Boo hiss. Phoenix Lords are amazing, but fair enough. It checks out. You shouldn't really be allowed to have them, and now you can't. Anarathi units, Avatar of Cain models, Solitaire models, or named characters that do not have the Ynnari keyword in a Ynnari detachment. And again, Anarath is the Corsairs, just in case.
I was just trying to work out what that was.
Yes, yeah. So you can't have Corsairs, Phoenix Lords, Avatars, Solitaires. What's interesting in this is it seems that unless I'm missing something... Oh, no. Yeah, you can't still take Homunculus Coven units because it specifically states that... Well, it doesn't specifically state, it just doesn't say that you can take them. So it lists the things you can take, and Homunculus Coven units are not amongst those. So they haven't had to add any stipulations about not being able to take them.
Yeah.
Because they've told you can't use them from the outset. So you can't have Coven units. That's basically it. So you can't take a load of Ynnari Talos, for example, or Ynnari Rax, or Ynnari Grotesques. That is off the cards. It's not allowed, alongside all of these other restrictions. Transports. As Ynnari units can only be embarked within as Ynnari transports models if they also have the Ynnari keyword. Drakari units can only embark in Drakari Ynnari transport models if they also have the Ynnari keyword. Harlequin, you get the point. The point is in order to get in a transport, you need to be the thing plus Ynnari.
Yeah,
it checks out.
With the one stipulation about the Vizark and Yvrain can go in any Ynnari transport.
Correct. Yes, that's the main kind of caveat to all of that, which is cool. It makes sense. There was a period of time where you could start chucking. There was a period of time in Ynnari where you could start chucking Ynnari units into all forms of, Aeldari transports. But they've cleared that up, which is great. Phil, tell us about the next bit.
So the next bit is murderers and mercenaries. So if you're playing a match play game, and obviously you would be,
of course you would be,
or a game that uses points limits, then the points value of models in Ynnari Incubi or Ynnari Scourges units is increased as shown below. So Ynnari Incubi units go up 4 points a model, and Ynnari Scourges go up 2 points a model. If you're playing a game that uses power rating, which probably won't be, you add 1 to the power rating of each of these units for every 5 models that unit contains.
I have absolutely no idea why Games Workshop felt like making Incubi Ynnari was worth 4 points a model. It just makes no sense to me whatsoever. Incubi are great, but I don't think being Ynnari makes them 4 points better.
Is it sort of just penalising you slightly because there is like a distinct benefit for being able to access effectively 3 codexes in one? So is this how they're capping it in some way? It's weird that they're not obviously doing it for Harlequins though. So,
well, they don't do it for Harlequins or any of the Craftworld units. So, like Striking Scorpions are not getting this treatment.
Yes, well, I assume it's because you're treating Ynnari as Craftworlds to begin with, so they're all okay. I don't know if it's maybe that there's some like hidden combos that specifically affect Drakari, or if it's just thematic and it's like they don't go into the game or into like a mission lightly. They don't really want to be there, so thematically they're just making them cost a bit more. A bit like how, Relic Contemptors cost you a CP at the beginning to just be able to access it. And part of that could be game balance, but also part of it is just to like literally represent the lore that these are meant to be really rare things to get hold of. So it's costing you actual command points to do so. So it could be just more of a lore-based thing rather than an actual balancing mechanic.
But again, points typically is attributed to a balancing mechanic. It's not normal that they go...
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, it's not like they go, oh, we're adding points because there's a fluff reason for this. It almost exclusively is because of gameplay balance purposes. Which, okay, fair enough. If that's what they've gone for, fair play to them. But yeah, I mean, obviously we need to explore this a bit further because as I've already admitted, I haven't really read these Ynnari rules properly. So
naughty boy.
I know, terrible business. But the point is, let's get into it and figure out if there's something I can immediately tell you is amazing for Incubi, but I doubt it. But who knows? So I suppose that's going to come from their attribute, which is obviously their Craftworld attribute, which is strength from death. So this is the thing, right? So with all restrictions in play, this is why you're going to want to pay those extra 4 points for the Incubi. Here it is. At the start of the fight phase, if a unit with this attribute is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fight first. That, obviously, is pretty strong, especially for an Incubi. I'm not sure it's 4 points strong, especially given the fact that, again, with the way Incubi function. Anyway, each time an attack is made by a model with this attribute, if that model's unit is below its starting strength, so this is the hole it gets off on its dead friends, add 1 to that attack's hit roll. So again, unless I'm mistaken, and I have played Drukhari a few times in my life, Incubi are weapon skill 2+. So, I mean, 4 points to add 1 to their hit roll after one of them dies feels a little redundant.
I mean, do they have Aeldari power fists with -1 to hit on them?
No. No, they have power glaive things that basically, I think they're like +1 strength, -3, 2 damage or something like that. Weapon skill 2+, or something. Or they've got like multiple poses for it or something. Has been a long time since I've ran Drukhari in any meaningful way, but I know enough to know that the Incubi are definitely weapon skill 2.
Interesting. They've got the Warlord trait, Warden of Souls, at the start of your command phase. This Warlord regains 1 lost wound when this Warlord is selected to fight. If any enemy units are within engagement range of this Warlord and they're below the starting strength until the end of the phase, add 1 to this Warlord's strength and attack characteristics. Ooh.
Thinking about it, actually, I'm just going back to the Incubi point. There might be getting the points increased because Incubi do not get they don't have a designation within Drukhari, so they're not a witch cult, nor are they a cabal or a
so they're not getting an ability normally.
Correct. Yeah, so they normally don't get an ability. So I suppose the aspiration here is not only do they gain an ability, but they also gain buffs from like buffing units, because now, so for example, an Altarch could give them reroll 1s to hit, which an Archon couldn't do unless you took it in a very specific detachment. But the Archon in a real space raider detachment, for example, could give them reroll 1s to hit if they were in the same detachment and it was the super Archon from the real space raid. But in that situation, they didn't go, oh, but then in which case you need to be 4 points extra a model. They just sort of let it roll. So the fact that I suppose it now is technically gaining a Craftworld attribute, maybe it also accounts for the fact it's opened up all these stratagems to them as well,
yes,
which I guess they didn't have before.
I guess we also need to see what like Yvrain and the other Ynnari specific characters can do as well, because they might have specific buffing mechanics which will work on all the units.
Correct, yeah. No, that's definitely something worth looking at. Can I just as a final nail in the whole, let's talk about these incubi coffin, because I appreciate we've kind of probably lingered on this more than is necessary.
Okay.
They are 18 points at the moment, so you are increasing them from 18 to 22.
Okay.
So they go from being a 90-point unit to a 110-point unit if you're taking them as 5 models. Which doesn't feel too ridiculous.
This is going to sound a bit amateur hour, but is Incubi just one unit? It's not a keyword that affects multiple units.
The only other thing that would benefit from the Incubi keyword is Drazar, but he is a named character, so he can't go into this.
Right. Okay.
So yeah. And I think in addition to the Incubi keyword, they get like blades for hire or something. Yeah, blades for hire. That's what they get.
Okay.
Which is also
because they can have 2 different types of weapon loadout now, can't they?
It's one weapon with the Clavex gets a different weapon. He gets the Demiclaves, but the Clave is +2 strength, -3/2 damage. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, fine. So maybe it's the fact that you get access to the stratagems that justifies that points increase, because obviously they possibly didn't get nearly as many in Drakari. So not too shabby, I suppose. But yeah, the Warlord trait sounds all right. The Relic, the Lost Shroud, Ynnari models only. Each time an attack is allocated to the bearer, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack. That's very good. If the attack has an unmodified damage characteristic of 1, add 1 to your armor saving throw against that attack. Also good.
Yeah, it's nice.
All right, no, that's all right. It's not the best, but it's okay.
It's a good sort of survivable one. And then we've got the Inevitable Fate, which is the special stratagem. It's a battle tactic for 1 CP. Use this stratagem when a Ynnari unit from your army is selected to shoot or fight until the end of the phase. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack that targets a unit that was below half strength, then the model's unit was selected to shoot or fight. Add 1 to the attack's wound rolls. It's a bit niche in terms of it's got to be quite specific, but for 1 CP to get +1 to wound is very strong. Especially when there's no cap on like how many models can be in your unit that's doing it.
What we get next is a patrol detachment example of Ynnari. So basically, Games Workshop are doing their best to allow us to understand what is happening here in the realm of Ynnari. But basically, it's what we were saying to you before. If you're going to take Yvrain, which is a Ynnari-specific HQ detachment, you still need, or HQ choice, you still then also need to take an Autarch, because, well, in this example, they've used an Autarch, but you could use a Farseer or a Spirit Seer. Have they extended this? They actually can include Wraith constructs.
Yes. Which was what I thought that keyword originally was in reference to, that ended up being the Corsairs, yeah. Because I wouldn't have thought they would have access to Wraith constructs.
Well, normally they don't, but I guess they do now.
Yeah, which is interesting.
That seems like a bit of an affront to their core belief system. But there you go. So they can gain Wraith constructs unless I'm missing something.
I have a sort of feeling that maybe they always could, even though it feels like it's a difference and odds to their, religious beliefs, for want of a better word. Because maybe they'll take anyone, like, regardless. Like, oh, cool, you're Wraith. We have you. We need you. You can join our fight.
Come along, join us.
Exactly.
We're sorry that you're trapped in this robot shell. If you had followed us sooner, you would be ascended into some kind of lovely time. But hey, let's get it on all the same. So anyway, there you go. That's the broad detachment thing. There is, just to say, a bit of a shenanigans with them, because they are still a craft world. And as such, even though there is a nuance to it, you can still then also add a patrol of Harlequins as a group of traveling players, which is the rule that concerns Harlequins, and the fact that Harlequins can be added in as a patrol and not break your Ynnari detachment. And then in doing that, you can essentially have like a number of like Ynnari Harlequins that then gain access to Harlequin stratagems because they satisfy Harlequin stipulations while also still being Ynnari. And there's definitely going to be some FAQs or things done to address that situation, because quite clearly that's a bit good. But as of right now, that is something you can theoretically do.
Yeah, because it's the rules for building Ynnari is just around detachments. It's not like an Armies of Renown, which has stipulations on the whole army, regardless of the other detachments. So, yeah, that seems currently legit.
Yes, yeah. I think there will come a time where I get the feeling that what Games Workshop will do is issue an FAQ where they literally say, this Harlequin stipulation applies in all instances other than when Ynnari are in play. I think that's how they'll probably rule it, to try and, tone it down. Although maybe they won't. I don't know. It's one of those things. Maybe they're perfectly happy with that synergy. But we know that Harlequins are off to a good start. We know that they're doing well. So the fact that Ynnari could also add some extra elements to that is quite interesting, I suppose, because you can get a lot of stuff into a Harlequins patrol, and then you can get even more stuff into the Ynnari detachment, which essentially means that, there's a potential there that the Ynnari Harlequins could be certainly something, which is intriguing. Let's move on, if we shall, Philip, to... Do you want to do their warlord traits first, or do you want to do their psychic powers first?
Psychic powers is the next in the order of the book, isn't it?
No, technically it's warlord traits, but if you want to do the psychic powers,
no, we can do warlord traits.
I'm talking rubbish. It's Harlequin warlord traits. There are no Ynnari warlord traits.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Other than the one that's in their specific.
Yes, because there's no specific relics either, other than the one that we just read out, like the generic one.
You are absolutely right.
So it is the Revenant discipline.
Indeed.
That we can talk about.
Have it away, mate.
So the first one is Gaze of Ynnari. It's Witchfire. Gaze of Ynnari has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 inches of this psyker and roll 1d6, subtracting 2 from the result if that unit had a starting strength of 1, i.e. a lone model or a character. On a 1 or less, the unit suffers 1 mortal wound. 2 to 3 suffers D3 mortal wounds, and on a 6, it suffers a whopping D6 mortal wounds.
Core blimey.
That is a powerful smite.
Warp charge 6 as well, so not incredibly difficult to get off. So there we go. Next is the Storm of Whispers. It's Witchfire. Has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, roll 3d6 for each enemy unit within 9 of this psyker. For each 4+, that enemy unit being rolled for suffers 1 mortal wound. So potentially reasonable if you're in the mix with a lot of units around you, but I think it's easy to assert from the outset that you're probably going to go with Gaze before you go with Storm of Whispers.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Next one, Phil.
So Word of the Phoenix. So this is a blessing, warp charge value 6. If manifested, select one friendly Ynnari infantry unit excluding Wraith Construct units, which is interesting.
Which implies that you can definitely take Wraith Construct units now then.
Yep, they've got to be within 6 inches of the psyker. One of that unit's destroyed models, or D3 destroyed models, if that had the troop battlefield roll, can be added back to the unit with full wounds remaining. These models can only be set up with an engagement range of enemy units that are already within engagement range of the unit that's they're being added back into.
Ooh, tasty.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why it excludes Wraith Constructs.
I'll tell you what, though, because forgive me for forgetting what we talked about a minute ago. The fact that you can, so you can still take Exarch upgrades, can't you? With Ynnari, you just couldn't take the Drakari and Harlequin stuff.
Yes, yeah.
So your Exarchs from your Aspect Warriors can get the upgrades. In doing so, they become pretty tasty. So you'd probably just be like, cool, I'm going to, like if you had that psychic power in play, you'd just be like, well, I'll take my wounds on the Exarch and then bring it back, as it were, because having that free wound model would be a little bit tiresome.
Yeah, so it's D3 destroyed models
in a troop
if
squad.
it had a troop, yeah, or it's just going to be one. So I guess, yeah, if you can bring that one model back that's got multiple wounds, that's quite handy.
Yeah, or I suppose there's other units that have multiple wounds that could potentially fulfill the criteria. But yeah, interesting, not bad. Next one is Unbind Souls. It's a malediction. Unbind Souls has a warp charge value of 6. Pretty consistent on the 6s so far. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 of this psychic. Each time a Ynnari model from your army makes a melee attack that targets that enemy unit, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. Could be pretty reasonable. I mean, if you're smashing out a lot of attacks, being able to auto wound is no bad thing.
Yeah, especially since it affects all of your army attacking that one unit you select. So you could effectively dogpile them on and just be like, okay, yeah, you're a titanic creature, a monster or whatever. But I'm just going to hit you with loads of attacks and hope I roll lots of 6s.
And the fact that it doesn't have any of those baked-in restrictions, so it doesn't care whether you're a titan or a giant monster or something. It's literally just like, irrespective, you're getting wounded on 6s.
Yeah, even if you're a vehicle, we're still unbinding your soul somehow.
Yes.
The machine spirits.
There's going to be someone in there somewhere, surely.
Exactly. So the next one is Shield of Ynnari. It's a blessing, warp charge value 6. Again, consistent. If manifested, select one for any Ynnari unit, excluding Titanic units, within 12 inches of this psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, models in that unit have a 4+ invulnerable save.
Ooh, 4+. Nice.
Tasty.
Not bad at all. And then lastly, it's the Ancestor's Grace. It's a blessing, has a warp charge value of 7. The most expensive of all the psychic powers. If manifested, select one friendly Ynnari unit within 18 of this psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to that attack's wound roll.
Ooh, tasty.
Actually, it could be pretty freaking good, to be fair. Given
that on those incubi.
Well, yeah, absolutely. All of a sudden, that 4-point boost is making all the sense in the world. Although to be fair, though, I'm probably doing it on Harlequins, right? Like, because it sort of feels like
we've not done the Harlequin review yet, so I will reserve judgment, but I will take your word on it.
Yes, no, I would say that's probably the way that's going to go. All right, cool. So that pretty much sums up all the Ynnari specific stuff, bar, of course, Phil, their data sheets. So they have a sum total of 3 exclusive data sheets. And they're all HQ choices. So let's do it to it. Phil, Yvraine. What's she all about?
Who looks very much like an Inquisitor Greyfax. No, Greyhorn, even.
Can't even remember your own fluff.
It's been a while since I've dug her out the box, basically.
Well, there you go. You had to spout all that silly old nonsense you made up.
I know. The weapon skill stat line, or just the stat line in general, misaligned. Still need to find that proofreader.
So the Starweaver to the left of it is the same as.
No, I know. Because I remember we did point it out in one of the data sheets in the last episode, but clearly it is a problem throughout. Not all of them, but just some. So your Yvraine, anyway, one model. Movement 8 inches, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength and toughness of 3, 5 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, and a 6+ save. She's armed with Kavir, the Sword of Sorrows, and you can only take one of her. So the Sword of Sorrows is a melee weapon, +1 strength, so that's strength 4, -3 AP, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified hit roll of 6. The target suffers 2 mortal wounds and the attack sequence ends. which I guess is okay because that's damage 2 anyway. So it's just auto wounding, no saves allowed, basically.
Well, unless you can shrug mortal wounds somehow, like your
that's
custodies that can shrug them on 4+, for example.
Yeah, so battle focus plus strands of fate. Strands of fate is the dice mechanic that all the craft worlds get. So I guess Drukhari don't get that though, do they? They don't gain.
No, they would because they. Oh no, they wouldn't be able to benefit from strands of fate because they don't have the strands of fate rule.
Keyword.
Yeah, but they would. They wouldn't stop you from gaining strands of fate, but they just wouldn't be able to benefit from it themselves.
Yeah. Okay. So she's also got Rune Suit. This model has a 4+ invulnerable save. Each time an attack is made against this model, an unmodified wound roll of 1 to 3 for that attack fails, irrespective of any abilities. Blah blah blah. Transhuman. Okay. She's
pretty
also
good for a toughness 3 model, to be fair.
Yeah, that's nice. Herald of Ynnari. Each time another Aeldari model within 6 inches of this model is destroyed, roll a d6. On a 4+, this model regains 1 lost wound, and if another Aeldari model was a Psyker, you can select 1 psychic power from the Revenant discipline. Until the end of that battle, this model knows that psychic power in addition to any other it knows, which is kind of cool as a concept. It's like all these other Psykers dying around you, but you're stealing their psychic powers, gaining them for yourself.
Nice.
And what's interesting is it's not your Elder models. It's just another Aeldari model. So it could be your opponent's.
Yeah. Each time another Aeldari model within 6 of this model is destroyed, yeah. So if you're in one of those mirror match situations...
could be fun.
She could be an interesting choice.
She's also got the Grinks familiar. Each time a psychic test is taken for this model, you can re-roll that test. So, as we mentioned, she's a Psyker. She can manifest 2 psychic powers and attempt to deny 2. She knows Smite and 2 psychic powers from the Revenant discipline.
I mean, she's all shades of okay.
Nothing screams at me, oh my god, she's an auto-include, but she is the leader of your army, so thematically, if I was running them, I would probably include them.
She's 135 points, which is 10 points less than Eldrad. She doesn't feel like she's 10 points less than Eldrad. But then Eldrad, to me, at the moment, feels overpointed anyway, but he certainly feels like an more... And Eldrad does actually have some similar abilities to her, so the armor and so on is the same, but Eldrad casts 3 powers. He rerolls everything. Which is the same as her. But obviously the psychic powers he has access to are just so much more, potent, I suppose. So maybe that's where the 10-point differential's coming in. Plus he's toughness 4, I suppose. And But yeah, she's all right. She's all right. I'm more irked that that Eldrad isn't quite as cool as he used to be. Anyway, the Visage. This was certainly one of the cooler models that came into existence when it broke out on the scene. Never been good, like never. So let's see if this time around it's finally cracked the code. So it's got movement 8, which is good. Weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength and toughness 3, 6 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, and 2+ save. The Visarch is equipped with the Uzvar. The Sword of Silent Screams. Your army can only include 1. The Visage models. The Sword of Silent Screams is a melee weapon with strength +2, so strength 5. Okay. -4 AP, flat 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon on a wound roll of 4+ invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack.
Ooh, tasty. And another ignore invuln mechanic. That's quite
there
nice.
It is. It's coming back. He himself has battle focus, strands of fate, force shield, which is a 4+ invuln, champion of Ynnari. Each time another Aeldari model within 6 of this model is destroyed, roll a d6 on a 4+, this model regains 1 lost wound, and if that Aeldari model was a character, until the end of the battle, add 1 to this model's attack characteristics. Okay, not bad, given that it's got 5 attacks on its profile. 6 wounds, leadership 9, 2+ save. I'm not sure if I finished talking about that stat line before. I don't know why. I've had a weird little mind blank. But anyway, we'll carry on. Way of the Blade is an aura. While friendly Ynnari core units are within 6 of this model, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, reroll hit rolls of 1. It's all right. And then Warden of Yvrain. If your army is battle-forged, if a detachment in your army includes Yvrain, this model can be included in the detachment without taking up a battlefield roll slot. While friendly Yvrain model is within 3 of this model, that Yvrain model cannot be selected as a target of ranged attacks. There you go. Bodyguarding. Isn't that fancy? How many points would you pay, Phil, for a Visage based on what I just said?
80 to 100.
Oh, 80 to 100.
Probably 100 because he's better than a lieutenant.
95 points for a Visage.
I pretty much
or the Visage. Yeah, you pretty much were.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think 2+ saves got something to it. The 5 attacks, strength 5, potentially ignoring invuns. I just think I don't know. I'm not massively feeling it. He's all right. He's not bad. Nothing about it is truly exciting me.
Yeah,
he's all right.
He seems better than he was. He's still a bodyguard, which is what he always was doing. What I find interesting about those 2 characters now, the mechanic is all about Aeldari models rather than just any enemy model or any models dying, which makes much more sense thematically because they only really care about Aeldari souls. They don't care about humans or whatever dying. That's not going to fuel them. So it does make sense, but it does limit their ability a lot more to predominantly their own models dying or the mirror matchup, I guess, which could make for an interesting game.
Indeed.
I like the kind of invuln saves on a certain wound roll because it's like I've got a striking blow goes through the invuln saves. I quite like that as a mechanic because you can't rely on it all the time.
Yeah. Who's next, Phil?
We've
got last of the triumph or whatever they were called. The
triumvirates.
Triumvirate.
Yeah.
That was what
this
they were
is.
called
This was my demon host. This is the Incarn model. So movement characteristic of 10 inches, which degrades. Weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+. Strength 7 also degrades. Toughness 7. 12 wounds, 6 attacks also degrades. Leadership 10. And a 3+ save. So movement goes from 10, 9, 8. Strength goes 7, 6, 5, and attacks go 6, 5, 4. When the wounds get halved each time, it's equipped with swirling soul energy, the Vilith Zar, the Sword of Souls, and you can only include 1 of them in your army, obviously.
Obviously,
the swirling soul energy, which I don't think ever was a thing before, but it's on the model, so it's got a rule now. It's a 6-inch range, assault D6, strength 7, -2, 1 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, the attack automatically hits the target. That is quite cool.
An assault D6 flamer. Ooh.
Yeah. Then you've got Vilith Zar, the Sword of Souls. So you've got 2 profiles. You obviously have to select one or the other. You've got Piercing Strike or Sweeping Blow. So Piercing Strike is strength +4. So that's 11, strength 11, -4, D3 +3 damage. So minimum 4, maximum 6. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, invulnerable saves cannot be made against that attack. So just
blimey.
Straight up ignoring buns. And at -4 AP, it's probably not getting a save anyway. Or
it's pretty good.
Especially when you got 6 attacks, that's not bad. Or you got Sweeping Blow, which is strength user, so 7, -4, 1 damage. And each time an attack is made with this weapon, make 2 hit rolls instead. So that's 12 attacks on your top profile.
Correct.
That's pretty cool. You got Battle Focus, you got Strands of Fate. You've got Avatar of the Whispering God. So this model can never have a relic or a warlord trait. It is a character, so it's basically saying it's not a named character, but it we're treating it like a named character, which is what we've seen elsewhere in the Codex. It's got Deathly Form, so it's got a 4+ invulnerable save, and each time an attack is allocated, this model halve the damage characteristic of that attack, rounding up. So that's pretty durable. It's got an aura ability, You Need Awaken. So while a friendly Ynnari core unit within 12 of this model, each time a combat attrition test is taken for that unit, you can ignore any or all modifiers for that combat attrition test. That's quite useful. You got Swirling Energy. So in your shooting phase, each time this model is selected to shoot, its swirling soul energy can target and resolve attacks against every eligible enemy unit. Each time this model fires Overwatch, it only resolves against the charging unit. So that 6-inch Assault D6, Strength 7, -2, 1 damage auto hits affects all enemy units within 6-inch range. Incredibly strong.
Yes, very decent.
Yeah, that's nice. So we've also got, because there's more rules, Inevitable Death. During deployment, you can be set up on, elsewhere on the battlefield, i.e. Deep Strike. If you do so, when another unit is destroyed before removing the last model in that unit, you can set this model up within 1 inch of that model. If the model is on the battlefield when another unit is destroyed before removing the last model from that unit, you can remove this model from the battlefield and set it up again within 1 inch of that model. When this model is set up in either of these ways, it cannot be set up within engagement range of any eligible models, which it used to be at one point when it was busted. And until the end of that turn, it is not eligible to declare a charge or perform a heroic intervention. So basically, a unit dies, and you can be in Deep Strike, and it can just appear. Or when it is on the table, a unit dies, you can just appear again. So you can hop around the board. And I remember playing this, I think, in 8th edition, and it was crazy mobile and really good. There was a brief time when I think it couldn't be within engagement range, but it could heroically intervene. There were some weird shenanigans that it could do, which made it able to just appear in combat, basically, which was a bit annoying.
Yeah, it used to be quite tasty, and you used to have to sort of build your army around the concept, flinging things in to essentially get it to appear.
Yes, it's basically you're a homing beacon for this unit that you're about to kill.
Yes, which is super interesting.
It's got a couple more rules. So it's got the Explosion of Soul Energy. So when it's destroyed, roll a d6. On a 6+, it explodes. Only within 3 inches does 1 mortal wound to each unit, which isn't very good. It's very weak soul energy when it dies. The model is also psychic, can manifest 2 psychic powers, can deny 2. It knows Smite plus all of the psychic powers from Revenant Discipline. All of them.
All of them, Phil.
Oh, that's pretty good. I mean, it's always been the case. You play Ynnari because you like the Yinkan, or you like the Yinkan and you just always include it in your army, basically. That's always
how many points would you pay for an Incarn, Phil, based on everything you just said?
The fact that it's double the Visage, it's got to be at least like 200 to 250, maybe.
250 is correct, mate. Yeah, 250 points for
Why can't Richard's quiz questions be this easy?
Well, because it's just not the way it goes. It's 20 points less than an Avatar of Cain.
Oh, which do you think is better? I can't quite remember the stat line of the Avatar. It was pretty good, I remember.
The Avatar of Cain is the Avatar of Cain is interesting because the Avatar of Cain is a very different type of thing. It's a lot more killy against big things, whereas this feels like it's a lot more killy against, the more kind of mid-tier elite units.
Yes, like the Avatar can basically like kill knights and stuff, whereas this, I mean, it could, but slowly.
I don't know, actually, because reading back on it, so you've got 6 attacks, hitting on 2s, wounding on 3s against an Imperial Knight, for example, -4, ignoring invuln, D3 plus 3 damage. So it's pretty tiny.
Or was it only D3 plus 3?
Well, D3 plus 3 is pretty good, Phil.
No, I know, but for some reason I was thinking it was a lot higher. Because
Well, no, that's the Incarn. That's what the Incarn.
oh,
does.
sorry, you're talking about the Incarn. So I thought you were
Yeah,
looking
that's what
back
the
at
Incarn has.
I mean, that is for the Incarn. I think that's really good because that will kill most things, as we said, that mid-tier sort of level.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas our glorious Avatar of Cain, sorry, of course, he's the first thing on here. His is D6 plus 2 in shooting and in combat, and he's strength times 2, so strength 14, D6 plus 2.
Yeah, he doesn't ignore invuln saves, though.
Interesting, though, isn't it? Because the Avatar is D6 plus 2, and the Incarn is D3 plus 3, which means technically
you could roll.
If you roll a 1, the Incarn does more damage than an Avatar.
Yeah, but it's that ability to do a lot more damage. Yeah, D6 is always a swingy result, whereas D3 plus 3 is very consistently.
Also, the fact that it ignores invuns means a lot. Again, at one point I was hearing the Avatar ignored invuns, but I'm not seeing anything that says it actually can.
No, and I don't think anyone since our last episode has pointed it out, so it must be a myth.
Yes. But the Incarn definitely can ignore invuns.
Yeah, only on the piercing strike, but that's the one you'd be using on something with an invun save.
It's enough, isn't it? I mean, it'll do. And the fact it knows every one of its psychic powers is pretty fun.
Yes, and it can fly. And
it's got fly, yeah, so it can defend against those pesky aircraft. Should any of those be doing the rounds?
I think it's a lot more durable, so it's less toughness, less wounds than the Avatar, but the Harlequin damage, I think will help keep it alive. Oh no, wait, hold on. I tell you, like Avatar does that as well. So
yes, yeah, they've got a lot of similarities. I suppose the fact that as well, because it is gaining strands of fate, you can obviously keep all those saves in there if you need them.
I think the fact it's a psyker might be the buff that it needs, but whether any of those powers can actually buff itself is the question, really.
Yeah. I think it's interesting, I suppose, when you factor in the 12 wounds, the halving damage, the psychic powers, the pretty reasonable attack profile, the ranged attack that can target everything within 6.
I think that's really good, and the ability to move around the whole map, basically. Will be really. I think that is the thing that makes it probably a really good unit for playing the game. Basically,
yeah. There's a lot of mad gimmicks baked into the Incarn, which actually makes it quite interesting. And the fact is like in a normal detachment, you go, "Here's my Incarn, here's my Farseer." Here's my Incarn, here's my Altarch, Incarn. Well, that's it, or Spirits here, I suppose. Or the various Sky Runner variables of Altarchs and Farseers and Warlocks and so on. Not that Warlocks HQ anymore. But the point is Incarn's pretty good. I can see a lot of reasons why you would consider rocking an Incarn. Yeah, they're pretty tasty. I've been saving reading Ynnari for till recording this podcast, so as our listeners get my genuine first impression of it. It's all right. Seems interesting. I'm actually thinking to myself, maybe I could sprinkle a little Ynnari flavor into some armies.
Well, here's the thing. It's like, you own Eldar, right? Craftworld. You own Drakari.
Correct, yes.
Good old Joe giving it to you. But, selling it to you. Do you still have any Harlequins?
I got a few Harlequins kicking around.
So it's like, why not do Ynnari once in a while? Like, you've got pretty much all the models. Have you got the Triumvirate, though?
Yeah, I've got all those.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, actually, I remember you building him, going, he's a terrible model to transport.
Oh, the Incarn.
Because of the swirly.
Awful model to build. Awful.
But those swirly bits auto hit now. They give you a decent attack profile.
Yeah, they've definitely upped their game in that respect, which is pretty cool. But there you go, Ynnari. I think the gimmick's interesting. I think the thing is at the moment is I think the way that they become good is when you leverage the Harlequin aspect of it, because of the fact that you can sprinkle in the Harlequin detachment and then add a lot of that flavor to it. Personally, I'm still in favor of sort of standard craft worlds, but it's food for thought. It's interesting, is what it is.
Well, it suddenly unlocks a lot of units to spice up your game or list building. So if you were just doing craft worlds before, it's like, cool, you now get the rest of this codex, as in Codex Aeldari, but also a whole new codex, or the majority of Codex Dracari. So it gives you a lot of choice and a lot of different play styles, unlocks different units that you can't normally get access to. So I think that's where its strength lies, and gives you more options for play styles, which I think is cool.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. It's interesting for sure. All right, cool. Well, there we go. That was us talking about Ynnari, one of the many Craftworld or, variables of Aeldari found within Codex Aeldari. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I certainly did. Phil, were you having a lovely time?
I had a fabulous time.
Brilliant. All right. Well, now that that's done, let's move on to whatever it is we decide to do next. Transitional noise. Welcome back, everybody. In this part of the podcast, myself and Phil are going to talk about the Harlequins, the mighty forces of the murder clowns that make up the other aspect of the ever-evolving, expanding Aeldari force. How long do you think it will be, Phil, until we finally see an actual Exodite army? It's got to be coming sooner or later, right? That's like the last bit of Aeldari yet to be explored.
I reckon Kill Team sometime, or more likely 10th edition, middle of 10th edition sometime.
10th edition starter box set, is that your bet?
No, because that is according to Marines versus Marines. So
Mate,
it can't. That's reserved now, so we can't have Exodites then.
I'm telling you, man. Marines versus Marines makes the absolute most sense.
Exodites versus Squats. Imagine that as a start box set.
I mean, that would be pretty tremendous, to be fair. Giant dinosaurs versus dwarfs.
Exactly. It will blow the socks off of most people.
Well, exactly. Although clearly lacking in the necessary Space Marine fodder in order to sell it to the greater majority of consumers.
True. It would more likely be one of them versus Space Marines, or if it was to be a thing, it would be a double box set later on. It wouldn't be a launch box set. But would you really launch two brand new armies simultaneously together? Unheard of. But
I mean, technically they did do that with 8th edition, because technically, well, Death Guard were new.
Death Guard were
new, and Primaris were new.
True, but not in a new codex.
True,
you know what I mean.
True.
They're still
Space Marines, weren't they?
Yeah.
Fair
I
enough.
mean, Squats could still technically be Imperial Guard of some sorts. Imperium. So who knows? Maybe.
Anyway, no one wants to hear about all this sort of speculation. They want to hear our opinions or thoughts, feelings, and general kind of overview on the Harlequins. Now, I have heard, Phil, and to be fair, I've seen it in the ongoing efforts of the meta-chasing folk, that the Harlequins are the thing to run when looking at this Aeldari book. Them Craftworlders are pretty sweet, but all the cool kids are on the Harlequins. Would you coincide with that assertion?
Well, as I've already stated, I think I stated it at some point. I've not read the Harlequin bit yet, so I will make my judgment at the end of the segment. However, you are right. I have seen a lot of people talk about Harlequins being very good. Mm-hmm. I've seen some tournament stats already saying that Harlequins are very good. How do you feel, though, being predominantly an Aeldari Craft Worlds player, knowing that the juicy nuggets aren't in your part of the book, they're in actually a sub-faction?
See, I love it because I actually completely disagree with everyone. I think the Craft Worlds actually, on balance, beat Harlequins. I think with the right kind of builds and the right kind of player, I think the Harlequins are a very blunt instrument and they perform a very sort of specific set of tasks extraordinarily well. And we'll get into that as we get into it. But personally, I think that there's more interesting tools within Craft Worlds that will give them a greater amount of longevity. I think the way of the Harlequins is like so many a 40k army, in so much as a handful of really, really skilled and very well-known 40k players, generals, will make them seem like they're the great thing that they obviously can be, and to a certain extent are, but then very quickly they will be met with a number of changes and potential nerfs that will somewhat kind of clip their wings. And again, I think the other thing with the Harlequins is, and again, I don't mean to be so sort of dismissive as to suggest that they are entirely one-dimensional, but ultimately, when you've got such limited options, and those options are all very clearly geared towards combat-led mechanics, there's not a huge array of ranged options within the Harlequin range. It is relatively
Completely.
one-dimensional in terms of what it can do.
I sort of imagine once you've built a 2,000-point Harlequin army, you're kind of done. Like, that's it in perpetuity. It's not like an Elder Craft Worlds army, which could run into the 6,000, 8,000 points, bunch of different units. You can do hundreds of different combos if you so choose. Some will be competitive, some won't be. But you've got a lot more flexibility in play style and tactics. Harlequins seems very much like there's one style of play, and there's kind of one sort of loadout of how you're going to do it. You've got Harlequins in boats. That's kind of it.
Harlequins in boats, Harlequins on foot, Harlequins on bikes. But broadly speaking, they all want to exist in the short to medium range, and they want to get in and start touching you, is the way that they kind of operate.
Touching tips.
Very much so.
Fingers,
very much
fingers,
so.
obviously.
Fingertips. We're bringing that back. But the point is...
we do it all the time.
Exactly. We always throw those in. The point is that, I think the thing I like about Craft Worlds is that, the thing that I've always liked about Craft Worlds, which is there's so much variety to how you can approach it. It's a really interesting, attribute. And I think the thing I really like about Craft Worlds as well is that they facilitated adding Harlequins into Craft Worlds and Drukhari, for that matter, really painlessly. So you almost have like the best of both worlds, really, when you're the Craft World player. Not that, you're not having Harlequins in there, but, it's very difficult for that. Well, the Harlequin player can't really, unless, of course, I suppose they I suppose Harlequins, by the same tokens, can still get Craft Worlds or Drukhari into their army lists. It's just that, I guess, the lead detachment becomes something else, and then
could you not have your main detachment, like, say, 1,500 points worth of Harlequins and 500 points of Craft Worlds? However, it feels much easier to do it the other way around because of the limited choice of models. So you've mostly got a majority Craft Worlds army and then a small patrol.
Because what we're talking about is the first of the rules about Harlequins, which is traveling players, right? So the traveling player rule is, if your army is Battleforged, one Harlequin patrol detachment in your army can have this ability. A detachment with this ability is ignored for any mission pack rules that require every unit in your army to have at least one faction keyword in common, e.g. Eternal War mission pack. This means that you can, for example, include one Harlequins patrol detachment as part of an Azayani. I need to get better at saying the word, seeing as they're my favorite army. I've got to learn the new way of saying it. Azayani or Drukhari army. Harlequin units within such detachments are excluded when determining your army faction, and when determining if every unit in your army has a certain keyword or ability. For example, such units do not prevent other Azayani units from your army from using rules such as Strands of Fate, and do not prevent Drukhari from using Power from Bane. Likewise, such units do not prevent from using Ynnari or Drukhari chapter-approved rules, providing all other units in your army have the appropriate keywords. So basically, what we're saying is you can chuck a Harlequin patrol in to a matched play, Eternal War, mission-y game, and it's not breaking anything.
But you can't do it the other way around. So it has to always be a patrol of Harlequins.
Yes.
As your extra force. So if you did want a majority Harlequin army with a smattering of Craftworlds or Drakari, for that matter, it's not really possible unless you can put all of your army in one patrol.
Well, it's plausible, right? Because a patrol is 2 HQs, 3 troop choices, 2 heavy, 2 fast, 2 elites, and then dedicated
Plus
transports.
transports, yeah.
So, you know, you can still have 3 troop squads. You can still have your 2 HQs. You can still get 2 big units of bikes. You can still get, 6 of those gunboats because they come in units of 3, I believe. So you could definitely get, a good chunk of points into a patrol. I dare say you could make 1,000 points. 2,000 point army using the patrol of Harlequins with the right units. But I think it's not necessarily as easy when you can't access quite as many elites or quite as many HQs specifically. Because again, without getting ahead of ourselves, Harlequins feel like they definitely have an emphasis on HQ choices, but then that's quite a common thing within the Aeldari range. They need those kind of force amplification units, such as the HQ forces or HQ commanders, to effectively, uptick, up res up, perform, glow up, as I've heard loads of people saying lately, the performance of your army. Anyway, look, long story short, it's an interesting rule from the outset because essentially, to my point earlier, as a Craftworld player, I can throw in Harlequins, and that's an extra, tool that I have access to. And as a Harlequin player, you can throw in Drakari or as Ynnari. It's just the thing is that, again, it's sort of, depends on how much you care about the fact that technically your army is either actually technically a Drakari army or a Craftworld army with Harlequins, even though you've kind of built it with the points to demonstrate the other way around. But again, it's semantics, right? Like no one's really going to worry about that kind of stuff.
Well, no, because you can still have a patrol with your warlord in making it, even if you had a battalion of something else instead.
Yes,
So,
and that's interesting, isn't it? Because there is no stipulation around not having a warlord in that patrol, so there is a good level of flexibility in terms of what you can do with that, which is quite nice. So anyway, so that's the first of the rules for the Harlequins. In terms of other rules, they're not like the Craftworlders or the Drakari for that matter, who in and of themselves are interesting, unique, entities with all sorts of, specific shenanigans. Harlequin detachments have, they used to be called like mask abilities. Now they're called Sadif abilities. Sadaf? Siadaf?
Sadaf, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
The point is that Harlequins get 4 different types of thing that they can be. They can either be the Sadifs, the Light, the Dark, or the Twilight.
Well, I actually think the Sadefs is a brief overview, so you get 3.
Sorry, yes, God. Again, not read this yet, by the way. I've heard a lot of my friends telling me good things about it, and I've gotten a few like choice bits out of it, but this is the first time I'm actually reading it. So yes, you are absolutely right. The Sadif is the Craftworld word, and then they have 3 variants. So you can have Light, Dark, or Twilight. Phil, tell me about the words that relate to Sadif and all the stuff on the left side of the page. Read.
So Harlequins attachments gain the lead role ability. Sadif units in Harlequins attachments gain the Sadif characterizations ability. Troop units in Harlequins attachment gain OBSEC, which is pretty standard. The lead role ability is if your army includes any troop master models, if your warlord is a Harlequins model, that warlord must be a troop master model. Again, just thematic, so it also makes sense. So this is the Sadef's kind of key bit. You've got your characterization. You obviously only get this if you're battle forged, and every unit is a Sadef unit in that detachment, and they've all got the same, Sadef keyword. So the characterizations are all Sadef units in a Sadef detachment will gain a Sadef characterization on the following pages. Okay, so they're just getting their light, their dark, or their twilight, and their, detachment abilities, is what that's saying. They also get access to warlord traits, stratagems, or treasures of the Aeldari relics, which I assume just means relics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Treasures of the Aeldari relics. You say that as an associated say of treasure. So there's specific relics in here, yeah.
Yeah. So we've got light, dark, and twilight. Should I go through the light one to start off with?
Yes, please, please. Light is a very popular one, from what I understand, from the words I've heard.
So the characterization is Blaze of Light. So each time an attack is made against a unit with this characterization, if the attacking model is more than 12 inches away, an unmodified hit roll of 1 to 3 for the attack fails, irrespective of abilities that the weapon or model has when making its attack. So it's transhuman, but on the to hit roll, which is quite an interestingly new mechanic. Each time a unit with the characterization makes a normal move or advances in your movement phase, in your following shooting phase, that unit counts as having remained stationary, which is quite cool. The Warlord trait, Player of the Light. This Warlord is eligible to perform heroic interventions if it's within 6 inches horizontally, 5 inches vertical, instead of 3. Each time it makes a move, it can move up to 6 inches. All other heroic intervention rules apply, and each time this Warlord fights, if it made a charge move or performed a heroic intervention, then until the fight is resolved, add 1 to the strength and attack characteristics of this Warlord.
Not shabby.
Interestingly, it says until the fight is resolved. Is that in terms of the combat is finished and you're not in engagement range with anyone, or does it just mean for that round of attacks?
So
no, it does specifically. Oh, sorry, it says at the start. It says each time this Warlord fights. So I presume that is turn specific.
Yes. So each time that fight is resolved, I suppose, is a specific wording in relation to the fight that they
the fight phase. Yeah. Just double checking it wasn't being some weird broad thing in terms of like that will last for as many turns as it takes for the fight to finish, like the actual fight. But no.
Games Workshop and their rule system is not that accommodating to these situations.
So the relic is the Shadow Stone, so it's a light Shadow Seer model only. So you get to add 3 inches to the range of the bearer's aura abilities to a maximum of 9. And each time the bearer successfully manifests a psychic power from the Phantasmancy discipline, add 3 inches to the range of the psychic power's effects. And then lastly, we've got Capricious Reflections, which is 1 CP strategic ploy stratagem. So use this stratagem in your opponent's charge phase when a light unit from your army is selected as a target of a charge. If that unit is not within engagement range of any enemy units, it can make a normal move of up to 6 inches. Until the end of that phase, the unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. Your opponent can also select a new target for that charge. God, that's pretty strong.
For 1 CP. Oof.
That is a lot of good stuff. So transhuman onto hit is crazy good against certain enemies.
Yes.
So Custodes, who normally hit on 2s, all of a sudden hitting on 4s, completely neuters them. And, without wanting to dive into it too much, actually fundamentally breaks how the game works. Because all of a sudden, Custodes that are X number of points, because of their ballistic skill, obviously other stats as well, but ballistic skill being one of the core ones, all of a sudden you don't get that. So a 2,000 point Custodes army versus 2,000 point Harlequin army, basically Harlequins have an innate advantage all of a sudden because it neuters a lot of the points value of your opponent's army.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but then no more or less than, kind of the actual transhuman ability, for example. So like with Deathwing, with the fact that they've got that baked in to their, to wound rolls, I think, I don't mind it as a mechanic because, again, as well, I think why this is potentially less egregious than Deathwing constant transhuman is the fact that there is a range of effectiveness which is that 12-inch range. And there are a lot of armies out there that will not really massively feel the reduction in potency. You know, obviously Tau majoritively have ballistical 4+. I know everyone always does everything they can to get kind of, you know, up to 3+ and all the rest of it. But I think with the way the Tau is kind of built with its mass shots, I think hitting on 4s sort of is what it is. And isn't massively damaging to what the army is overall, although I'm sure a lot of Tau players will say otherwise, because again, they probably like the fact that there's a bunch of things that let them hit on 3s and 2s and so on and so forth. But obviously things like Guard, not that Guard are good at the moment, right? Let's not kid ourselves. But
how
the fact that,
dare you,
Phil, all you've ever been talking about for the last 100 episodes, it's been how bad the Guard army is.
No, you're completely right. But I mean, Paul Pask and his 2+ ballistic skill is probably the only one, right? In the whole code. Exactly. Yeah. So this is the thing. So this ability is great only against certain matchups. Against Guard, it does nothing for them. Yeah. Which is why, in a way, the actual transhuman is better, because it affects weapon profiles, and an army normally has a real range of weapon profiles. So correct, every army has a strength 8 weapon in there somewhere, which really affects transhuman. Whereas this against, admittedly, is pretty much just Custodes, is really powerful because they've got a 2-up ballistic skill. Space Marines, even on a 3-up going to 4, really affects them quite a bit, and it affects everything in their army. Like, there isn't a unit, maybe with the exception of servitors, that is not affecting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. But again, against Orcs, Guard, maybe Tau to a certain extent. Although, again, I think, you know, a lot of Tau players do what they need to do to get that ballistic skill higher than that. But the point is that, yeah. And also one of the things that I need to kind of spell out for people, because I've heard it said a couple of times, and I was like, no, that's not how that works. You can't hit on a 1, 2, or 3, but it doesn't mean that your ballistic skill has become 4. So effectively, if you are suffering a minus to hit and your ballistic skill 3, you're still being reduced to hitting on a 4. It's just that if you roll a 1, 2, or 3, it's ignored. So if you were ballistic skill 2 and you were reduced to a 3 by a -1 to hit thing, you would still hit on 4s. You don't go to hitting on 5s. That's not how this rule works. Much like how it works with transhuman to wound. If you were strength, 4 shooting a toughness 4 unit, you're winning on 4s. But if you were a strength 5 unit hitting a toughness, let's say strength 8 unit hitting a toughness 4 unit as transhuman, but they also had a -1 to wound on them, you'd still be winning them on 4s. Yeah, because that's how that works. Just to be clear on that, because I know I've heard a few people going, oh, no, then you hit them on 5s. No, not unless you would, unless you were Guard and you were natively BS4 and -1 came into effect. Yeah. So that's light. It's broadly been spoken about as one of the stronger options because it does give them some meaningful range defense.
Yeah, it is, because they're always considered to be like glass cannons, like really weak. The extra defense from shooting is pretty huge, and also the capricious reflection stratagem, a defense from being charged as well. So pretty much one unit a turn cannot get charged, which is pretty cool.
So moving on to the other side of the coin, we have Dark. Each time model with this characteristic is destroyed by a melee attack. If that model has not fought this phase, do not remove it from play. The destroyed model can fight after attacking models in your unit has finished making an attack and is then removed from play. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but let's just get through the rest of the rules. Each time a model with this characterization makes a melee attack, improve the armor penetration characteristic of that attack by 1. Pretty strong. Both those abilities from the offset. Warlord trait, Player of the Dark. Nightman. Anyway, well, it's not Nightman, isn't it? It's Dayman. I got the reference wrong, Phil.
Luckily, I don't know what the reference is, so it's fine.
Well, fair enough. Well, Dayman is fighter of the Nightman and champion of the sun, but this is clearly
okay.
Anyway,
moving on.
He's a master of karate and friendship for everyone.
Okay.
All right, fine.
Well done.
Each time this warlord makes a melee attack On an unmodified wound roll of 5, plus the target suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to any normal damage. Strong. 5 plus to do more wounds is pretty tasty, especially on models with as many attacks as these guys bring to the table. The Ghoul Mask is their relic. Dark models only. In your opponent's psychic phase, the bearer can attempt to deny 1 psychic power as if it were a psyker. If the bearer is a psyker, the bearer can attempt to deny 1 additional psychic power in each of your opponent's psychic phases. The bearer has the following ability: Aura. While enemy units are within 3 of this model, that unit loses objective secure. Oh,
tasty.
Yeah, strong. And then lastly, we have the Silken Knife for 1 CP. That is a strategic ploy stratagem. Use the stratagem at the start of a charge phase. Select 1 enemy unit until the end of the phase. Each time that enemy unit is selected as the target of a charge by a dark unit, that enemy unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. So there you go. 1 CP to stop something from overwatching. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. That's one of those stratagems, though, that I'd probably say to my opponent before I'd even done it. I'd just be like, right, my intent is to spend 1 CP to stop you from overwatching. Although, no, actually, it would be... Oh, yeah, and then I guess, then you would...
No, you've got to do it at the start of a charge phase, so you can't... They can't say they're going to do it, and then you go, I'm denying it, and you save each other a CP. Instead, you've got to, even before you've declared your charges, you have to just pick a unit and saying, okay, I can't do it.
Because I try and mind game it to save myself the CP. I'd be like, I'm going to spend a CP to stop you overwatching. But if I don't do this, you're going to spend the CP on overwatching. So how's about we just agree that neither of us do either of those things and we move along?
Yeah, I remember Richie did that a lot in our doubles game because all the Custodians players were going to spend a CP to increase the strength. And he's like, if you do that, I just have a CP that does transhuman or gives me +1 toughness or something, which cancels it out. So I'm telling you now, just don't do it. And we save ourselves a CP each. And every time they would be like, yeah, okay.
It's a good piece of psychology, isn't it? It's a good thing of like, it's, again, there was a episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm, sorry, not Curve. Curve. Is it Curve or Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Curb, I believe.
I believe it is Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yeah, where Larry was going to vote and he was in a long queue and the guy in front of me is like, who are you voting for? I'm voting for this guy. Oh, I'm voting for the other one. Tell you what, let's both go home. We cancel each other out. Let's just go home. Anyway, there you go. Look, what I wanted to talk about, because I've heard it said to me by people who've been playing games over the weekend that it's been interpreted that for Dark, you get units killed off and then they attack. But for some reason, with the way that it's worded, people are arguing that you can fight in combat irrespective of being in engagement range. So if you died as a result of a melee attack, you then still get to fight, even though you weren't in engagement range, or the model couldn't be in engagement range. Myself and Phil are very much of the opinion, or at least I hope so. I've not heard Phil's perspective on this because he's probably just reading this for the first time. But I'm pretty sure that we're of the perspective of clearly that's not right. Clearly, you still need to be in engagement range. The normal rules of the game should still apply.
Oh,
you shouldn't be taking models off and going, you still get to attack with them. Because that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, to me, it's you, because it says you get to fight. That means you get to pile in, then attack, and then potentially consolidate, but you're going to die, so that doesn't matter. But for the purposes of, if you're at the back of the unit, you can pile in enough to hopefully, even if you're not within direct engagement range, you're within half an inch of another model that is within engagement range. So you still have to follow those rules of the game. It doesn't override that.
We assert, obviously, we're not rules writers.
We are.
I moonlight.
We just don't tell them.
Well, indeed. Well, yes, that's our secrets. I moonlight as a TO every now and again, and I would certainly rule it that way, because I think the shenanigans that you can pull with this ability, where you're able to use like the lines of models to like move block and do very, very, very egregious things with their footprint on the board, and then being able to essentially enter into a situation where your opponent is being baited into charging units because they have to in order to try and score objectives or to try and win the game, but you're essentially exploiting this kind of longer footprint of, say, 5-man units that you're, from these troop units that are troops, so you can have them in rather large numbers, and you're just kind of lining them up all over the place, holding up the board. I think that's massively exploitive if people are doing that, which, as I say, I've heard has been done. So I feel like that is due an FAQ, if nothing else, because clearly that is not on. So if at any point you're encountering someone running dark Harlequins, probably worth having a word with them at the start and just saying, can we just agree that this only goes off if you're in engagement range, because clearly this is dumb. But again, hopefully Games Workshop will cotton onto it sooner or later, and we will get that FAQ'd. And look, if it is that's how they've intended it, fantastic. It seems mad to me, but hey, what do I know? I only write the rules.
Yeah, because it's like, so for example, the Astartes Banner Ancient, right? Like that specifically says if you're in engagement range, you make an attack. If not, you can make a shooting attack. Or it says you do one or the other. The obvious being, if you're in engagement range, you do a close combat attack, because that is the rules of the game.
Yeah, and I think in other instances, like I feel like the Wolfen have this rule. There are other things that have this rule, and they're usually a bit clearer about it. So maybe this is what they intended. Maybe they did intend it to play this way. But I feel like that's a mistake if that is the case. But I would like to assert that, based on the ways that it's been played in all other instances, that should be the way it's played now. But hey, look, if you're looking to gain an advantage, technically you could argue it the other way. So I suppose, hey, why not? If the win means that much, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, because this thing, I think you can activate your models as part of the fight phase. You can pile in, but whether or not you're still eligible to actually make an attack roll is down to either the engagement range still. So that is still going to be within the core rules.
That being said, though, this is still super strong with or without that stipulation. Being able to fight, because again, the thing is with the Harlequin army is it engages when it wants to engage, and when it's in your lines, if you have to engage it, and you're having to, if your army really only specializes in taking out in melee, then they're going to be really, really damaging to you. But also, moreover, it's the fact that you can, as the Harlequin player, you can force that issue really well. So, yeah, interesting. That's the dark one.
You can't get the jump on them, basically. It's like if you got to kill them in close combat, they're going to still hurt you pretty much for killing them. So,
I'm thinking about it. It must play so well into the mirror match as well. If you're Harlequins on Harlequins, if you're chucking Harlequins into dark Harlequins, you want to fight, right? It's how it is. So you're probably going to be really struggling in that situation because the trades are going to always go against you.
Yeah, well, so let's say light Harlequins charge into dark Harlequins. The light Harlequins go first, kill the dark Harlequins, but the dark Harlequins are like, cool, I get to attack you back and also kill you in return. So it's like you can never win the trade.
Yes. Yeah, because all your trades are always
equal.
And then they still have their turn. So an action that you've taken in your turn is then being counteracted by a reaction that the army has. And then, so you can understand, I suppose, that a lot of people, in view of the fact that there's going to be a lot of Harlequins around, you're probably going to see a lot of people cotton on to the fact that Dark Harlequins are really good in the Harlequin matchup. But then who wins with Dark Harlequins v Dark Harlequins? What happens there?
Who knows? I mean, the only way to do it is to somehow get as much of your unit into combat with only part of theirs. So if you're going to wipe out all of them, great. But if half of their unit won't be within engagement range to hit you back, that is how you need to sort of line up your models to minimize that attack back, basically.
Sounds about as much fun as, well, it just doesn't sound enjoyable, mate. I feel like at that point, I think it's one of those ones where it's like, tell you what, mate, if you ever end up in a situation with Dark Harlequins or Dark Harlequins, it's probably better that you just both agree that, no one's going to have fun here. Go home.
Just like, exactly, go home. Anyway, let's move on to the next.
You know what they say, Phil? You got to pay the troll toll if you want to get into that boy's hole.
Okay. I don't get that reference either.
No.
I
was hoping by some weird kind of twist of fate you were going to call out the fact that I said hole, and I said no, I meant to say soul, but you thought I said hole.
I just thought it was a rude joke.
I mean, there's one in there.
I'm sure it is. Anyway, so Twilight is the third and final characterization of Harlequins. It's called Twilight Falls. Let's all be sparkly vampires. Each time a unit with this characterization fights, if it made a charge move, was charged, or performed heroic intervention, then you add 1 to the attack's characteristics of that model. Each time a model with this characterization makes a pile-in move or consolidates, it can move an additional 2 inches. Ooh, interesting. So the Warlord trait is player of the Twilight. While this Warlord is on the battlefield, each time you or your opponent spends any command points to use a stratagem, you can roll a dice for each command point spent. On a 6+, you gain 1 command point. That's pretty good. While this Warlord is on the battlefield, each time you roll 4 or more dice for Luck of a Laughing God, page 144, which we haven't covered yet, you gain 1 command point. I'm guessing it's like Strands of Fate, but a bit different. It's
like loads of rerolls. We'll get to it in a moment.
Okay. The relic is Twilight Fang, so it's Twilight Troop Master model with Aeldari Power Sword only. You replace the Power Sword with the following. It's obviously a close combat weapon. Strength +2, -3 AP, 2 damage, and each time the bearer fights that unit, until that fight is resolved, add the current battle round number to the attack's characteristic of the bearer. What is this? So if you're on turn 5, you're getting +5 attacks.
Although to be reasonable, though, most of the games of modern 40k by turn 5 don't necessarily often have kind of. Well, I suppose maybe it could do. I suppose there could be various clutch moments where you need that, extra 5 attacks to maybe kind of.
Assuming it's alive at the end of the. But this is the thing. It's like Power from Pain. Like as the game goes on, they get more and more deadly. This is a similar thing. Like that one unit, if it survives to the late part of the game, is going to be mowing people down, which is cool. I like it. It's a sort of like interesting mechanic you don't see very often. And then lastly, we've got Malicious Frenzy for 1 CP. It's a battle tactic. Use a stratagem when a Twilight unit from your army is selected to fight. Each time a mod on that unit makes an attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. Perfectly sensible and pointed for 1 CP. I guess depending on how many models you could have in a unit, though, is the question.
Yes. I feel like this is the version of Harlequins you're never going to see, because it's just, when compared to Light and Dark, it's so unobvious in terms of, like, it's a good series of buffs, but it's very middling. There's no obvious kind of outstanding aspect to it that you're going to go, this is what I want, this is the thing that I need, this is an obvious benefit. It's all just sort of little tweaks, as it were.
Yes,
like
lots of
little
cool
extra...
little buffs, but aren't themed in any way to be one particular thing.
Absolutely. Light and Dark are various, kind of hot chilies. They're a very obvious and immediate kind of benefit to throwing them in the dish, whereas Twilight's a little sprinkle of salt, maybe done with that, that fabulous arm gesture that man on the internet makes. He opened a restaurant recently.
He did, yeah.
I heard it's okay.
Yes, I believe so. Expensive.
Anyway, that is also what I've heard. Maybe one day, Phil, we'll save up the pennies and we'll go and experience it ourselves.
Let's do that.
Absolutely. Maybe we could go there ahead of Richie's 40th birthday.
If he'd let us. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, no, he rules the roost. Richie turns 40 this weekend, everyone. Send him messages.
Today, in fact.
Well, yeah, today when this goes out. Oh, no, actually today as well, isn't it? It's actually happened.
It is today, and we'll be out celebrating on the day this episode goes out.
There you go. Look at that. He's taking it well.
That's good.
No, he's doing well. You're a good boy. Anyway, right, there you go. So that's all that. Let's talk about those many, many rerolls that we said that they get, or rather the Codex says they get. We didn't decide, because we probably wouldn't have given this to them. Harlequin Panoply. Harlequin's Panoply. There you go. Basically, models in this unit have a 4+ developer save. Each time this unit makes a normal move, advances, falls back, or makes a charge move, until the move is finished, models in that unit can move horizontally through models and terrain features. They cannot finish their move on top of these things. Each time a melee attack is made against this unit, subtract 1 from that hit roll. So there you go. They all seemingly are -1 to hit. They can all move over stuff, and they've all got 4 invuns. That's a Harlequin thing. What's the next bit of the Harlequin thing, Phil? Rising.
I was going to say, the transhuman on to hit is only over 12 inches away, so that's
correct. Yes,
so that's pretty good.
And that's ranged attacks, whereas the -1 to hit is melee attacks.
Yes, yeah. No, that's pretty good. So we've got Rising Crescendo. Sounds a bit like the Dark Elder one. This unit is eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which it advanced, and the unit is eligible to shoot and declare a charge in a turn in which it fell back. That's pretty good. It ignores a lot of rules.
Yes. Harlequins essentially take one look at the rulebook and go, I just don't fancy it. Don't fancy it, mate. I can't be doing with this. I'm just going to ignore all them rules. And if that wasn't enough, in addition of everything else, they've got Luck of the Laughing God. If every unit from your army has Harlequins keyword and is performing the same Sadif, excluding units with the unaligned keyword, then at the start of each battle round, you gain a number of luck rerolls depending on the size of the battle you are playing. So if you are playing what I guess everyone has come to consider normal strike force, you gain 3 of these. Combat Patrol 1, Incursion 2, Onslaught 4. That's how that works. In addition, you may make a Luck of the Laughing God roll to try and increase the number of luck rerolls gained. To do so, roll up to 6d6. If every result is unique, you gain a number of additional luck rerolls equal to the number of d6 rolled. So the mechanic seemingly is that you can roll 6 dice, but if they are any doubles in there, then you won't get 6 additional rerolls. So I suppose the logic is that you're always fishing for threes, because I guess threes feel like odds on least likely to result in a double, right, Phil?
Yeah, of 2's safe bet, 3 luck's still on your side, 4 you're probably against a probability of doing it.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I suppose consistently rolling 2 dice and getting 2 additional rerolls every turn is actually a pretty safe way to do it, but I feel like for whatever reason it just doesn't feel spicy enough if you're not at least pushing your luck a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, rolling 6 would just be madness, right? Like,
well, it would be.
It's doable, but who knows what the percentage is? I mean, it'd be interesting to see what the actual percentage for each, number that you could potentially do would actually be. But
I have a lot of respect for the people out there who are all about the 6s,
Exactly.
6 or
just
bust.
Be like, just go for it. Why not?
Yeah. Additionally, each luck reroll can be used to reroll 1 hit roll, wound roll, damage roll, saving throw, or advance roll made for a unit from your army with Luck of Laughing God ability. Any luck rerolls not used by the end of the battle round are lost. So I suppose as well, though, given the fact that essentially you get to reroll, you can reroll 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll, 1 damage roll, 1 saving throw, or advance roll. I mean, that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things, and you're already getting 3 in an average Strike Force game. So you probably only really want to be consistent, because if you got those 6 dice by some miracle, what are you going to spend them on? I mean, I guess it makes sense if you're playing a combat patrol game, but probably doesn't really add much in any other set of circumstances.
It's interesting because obviously, is the wording of that to say in each battle round you can only reroll 1 hit roll? Battle
clearly
round.
Each
or
luck
is it
roll can be used to reroll 1. Oh,
so I
presume you can use them many times.
So I'd assume if you say you get Strike Force and you get 3, you could use 3 of them to reroll 3 different hit rolls.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Well, there you go. There's another. So basically, you're gifting them anywhere between 4 and 9 additional command points a turn.
Oh, because you could in theory just roll one extra die, so you're always getting one extra luck reroll on top of your 3.
Yes.
So 4 is the minimum you're getting every turn, and 4 that's effectively 4 CP, which is very strong.
Yeah. Guaranteed 4 CP.
Admittedly, it's
extra
slightly more limiting in terms of what you can use it on, I think.
Yeah, but it's still the good stuff. Damage rolls to wound rolls, saving throws.
Not things like charge, but even so, advanced roll, reroll hit, reroll damage, saving throw, all pretty standard stuff. So that is good.
Can I just say, though, I find it really annoying when they release a series of rules that are remarkably similar to an existing rule, i.e. command reroll, right? Like, command reroll is a rule that exists, and it has a number of baked-in restrictions and things that it can do. I would assert, and again, I don't know for sure, but I would assert that a lot of Harlequin players out there just treat these as a load of command reroll dice, and as a result are using them to reroll psychic tests or reroll charge rolls, which they're specifically not allowed.
Yeah, I can only assume that they've done that deliberately to actually tone it down. So otherwise, if you could reroll all your charge rolls, that makes Harlequins even more incredibly powerful. So I can see why they've toned it down in that respect. But you're right, in doing that, it gives you this weird thing of it's like a command reroll, but isn't. And actually, for the sake of people's sanity trying to remember stuff, just making it exactly the same as the command reroll would actually be a lot more streamlined.
Yes, yeah. And I do understand that making it exactly like the command reroll would come with a number of other challenges, because obviously being able to reroll certain things is very strong, but a lot of the stuff you're rerolling is strong anyway. So again, to me, I just sort of think to myself, for the sanity of everyone, for the consistency and smoothness of the game, I just think you just got to do it that way, because I'm confident, and again, I'm not meaning to, poo-poo anyone, but I'm confident people out there are making that mistake, because I'd make that mistake. It's very easy just to read it and go, oh, I get an additional chunk of rerolls a turn, and then not look past the rest of it and really evaluate what is and isn't on the list, because the way Games Workshop write these rules, they write them in such a way as it's not always immediately clear, because there's no kind of universal language to everything. Everything's over-explained, but nothing's ever the same. And as a result, the devil's in the detail. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting variable, shall we say.
Indeed. Should we go on to... Is it pivotal roles as the next bit?
Pivotal roles or warlord traits? You pick, mate.
I'm going to say pivotal roles, because in the order that we would flick through the book.
Is it now? I'm just trying to find where the flipping
It's just after the Exarch upgrades. It's effectively the same as the Exarch upgrades. You can upgrade your characters with some additional things. So you've got Troop Masters, Death Jesters, Solitaires, or Shadow Seers. So you can upgrade each one with... There's 3 different things. I'm going to hazard a guess and say you can only do 1 per model. You can't give them all 3. And each one has different points cost, ranging from, 15 on the Death Jester up to 30 on the Shadow Seer. That's the big pointed one.
Ah, found it at last. There it is. Words. Jeebus Christ. They love the layouts in these books, isn't it? Why it couldn't... Right, it is a little pet peeve for the Aeldari book. I get it, right? Harlequins and Craftworlds and Ynnari and everything in the same place. When they just break them down into specific sections. Why haven't I got a Craftworld section followed by a Harlequin section? And what is this?
Because it would then make it really obvious that they would be better off just being 3 separate books. Or at least 2 separate books in the case of Harlequins. So they're sort of merging it all in, which is, I sort of understand why, especially if you were to have an army featuring both, and you want to go, oh, what are my upgrades? Okay, it's the upgrades for Harlequins and, the Autarchs. Great, I've got them all in one spot. But you're right. Splitting them out into almost like 2 separate segments, to me, feels like it makes more sense.
Yeah. Oh, well, look, pivotal roles, they are ways of making stuff that's good better. Do we want to go into any of the specific ones, or are we going to just kind of randomly
we can randomly pick some? Sorry, I just snorted. I was just snorting at myself because I noticed so under Troop Masters, you look at the alignment of points. It is far over to the left in comparison to all the others. It's like the data sheets, like the headings. Whoever's doing the headings in this book, it is dodgy.
Who's to blame, Phil? Is it their graphic design department? Is it the QA process? What's going on here? You're a designer.
Exactly.
How would you ensure this doesn't happen?
Well, I, as a designer, am responsible for making the alignment mistake. However, there should be someone else proofreading it to ensure that I didn't make that mistake. So there's been
like
a fault
8 of these coming out every week, mate. I mean, don't forget, while they're churning out these, they're also churning out Age of Sigmar. They've got Heresy on the way, Blood Bowl.
Well, I'd assume you have separate designers for those things, but they might just have one, because you've obviously got a 40k. You might have one 40k department for the rules writing and a separate rules writing team, but the design department might be specifically we do everything, right? Because that would actually make more sense rather than a 40k design department, an Age of Sigma design department, because a lot of it is in a way templated and different fonts and back banners and stuff, but the overall structure of a codex from 40k to AOS might be very similar and make sense to have a bit of similarities, just for speed of use. But basically, it's a muck up from the designer and whoever's meant to be proofreading. I get it though. It is easy to kind of be like a bit like blinded by stuff. Like you've worked on it so much, your eyes just glaze over, and you'll be like, yeah, all looks good. I've definitely checked it. All looks good, and there still be errors in it, and there isn't literally book in the world that doesn't have errors, even ones that have gone through several rounds of proofreading or been republished, and each time it gets republished it gets proofread again maybe, or some fixes get made but others will still slip through the gap. So it does happen, but there's a lot in this one, and it's weirdly the same error where it's just the alignment of headers is just off.
I mean, I'm sure there's more errors in there than just that, but they're the ones that we're calling out. Yeah, I have that with emails, Phil, or just general writing. Like my dyslexic brain is hilarious because it essentially is like type stuff. I'll think about what I wanted to say, but somehow I won't write it down. I'll like miss massive chunks of sentences, and I'll go back and look at it and go, "Oh yeah, I was supposed to say this there. Whoopsie."
It's like I just thought it. I didn't type it.
Yeah, my preferred form of communication is spoken language. You see, I
can tell that.
Yeah, I'm not a good words righty person. So yeah, I find it a bit of a chore.
You need a secretary to dictate to you, is what you're saying.
I would love a secretary. I mean, that'd be great. Someone I could just point at and be like, dictate this or whatever it is. Just read the words. Not that I would point at them.
Imagine someone having to dictate our podcast. Like, imagine how long that'll take.
You can change your preferences, I think, on like Google, and it will auto do it for us.
Apparently,
for the YouTube, I think you can auto dictate on YouTube.
No, I have seen that done. Oh, yeah.
Anyway, look, let's just pick 2 of these and go through all of their things. The most popular ones are going to be the Solitaire and the Shadowseer, so let's do those, shall we?
Oh well, thank you for making my decision for me. Okay.
Well, it's fine. Which one did you want to do?
I was thinking either Troop Masters or Death Jesters.
Fine. Well, then you pick one of them. I'll pick one of the other, and then we'll move on with our lives. What are you going to pick?
I'll do Troop Masters because they're the Boggos standard ones, right?
Boggos. Here we go. The Boggos.
So we've got Prince of Light is a 20-point upgrade. It's an aura ability. Okay. No? Yeah. Yes, Dan.
Dayman.
Well,
that's what that is.
Okay. While a friendly Sadef core unit is within 6 inches of this model, each time a charge roll is made for that unit, add 1 to the result. Okay, that's pretty good. Queen of Shards for 25 points. Each time a model makes a melee attack on an unmodified wound roll of 5+, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack.
It's all right, man.
Pretty good.
Nice.
Veiled King is I see what they've done. You've got Prince, Queen, and King. It's like a deck of cards. This is 20 points for Veiled King. Each time a model makes a melee attack, unless the target is a vehicle or monster, unmodified wound roll of 2+ is always successful. So pretty good.
There you go.
Pretty good.
I mean, these all sound like buffs to me, don't they? I mean, they're not bad. Solitaires, Phil.
Yeah.
They as well fighty is how they usually work. Each time an attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. That attack's hit roll cannot be re-rolled, and that is the Prince of Sins. It's quite a nice name, isn't it? The Prince of Sins. Spectre of Despair. That's the next one, Bill. I'm glad you didn't even respond. Spectre of Despair is the next one. During deployment, you must set up this model hunting the foe instead of setting up on the battlefield. Basically, it's Deep Strike. I've just read enough to realise. There you go. Deep Strike. 9 inches. You know the deal. Each time a charge roll is made with this model, roll 1 additional d6 and discard one of the dice. Not the lowest dice, Phil. One of them.
Just gets a pick. It would always be the lowest one, obviously.
Yes, obviously. But, maybe there's some random set of circumstances where you want to fail the charge.
Well, you might just be like, oh, I rolled a 6, a 6, and a 2, and I only actually need a 6 and a 2.
Even though you're going to be 9 inches away.
Well, no, because you don't have to. You could be on the. You could be this several turns in. You've already done that.
That's true. That's true.
Or even if you were, let's say you rolled a 6 and a 3 and another 6, I don't need 12-inch charge. I'm going to take the 9. That's all I need. Be reserved.
There you go. Thirsting Darkness is the next one. I'm liking these names.
I thought this said Thrusting Darkness for a second.
Oh, Thrusting Darkness. Thrusting in the darkness or thrusting the manifestation?
No, the darkness itself is thrusting, yeah. Quite scary.
The darkness is thrusting. In a way, it always is, though, Phil. The darkness is always pushing against the light, isn't it? That's what's happening, you see.
True, indeed.
Ready to blast in at a moment's notice. Anyway, let's stop doing that recurring reference. Each time this model advances, do not make an advance roll. You roll a 6 instead, basically, or you can't. It's a 6. It moves 6. Each time this model piles in or consolidates, this model can move an additional 3 inches. Remembering, as we've already stated, these guys can advance and charge. The fact that you can, for 20 points additional, guarantee that you're always getting 6s on your advances ain't too shabby. Is how I would describe that whole series of events.
I was going to say, let's just quickly read out Agents of Pandemonium, because that is the 30 points, the most expensive one.
Go on. Who's that on?
On the Shadow Seer, which is one you wanted to talk about. It's an aura ability. So while an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this model, subtract 1 from the attack's characteristics of their models in that unit. That is strong.
Ain't too bad. Ain't too bad. They got their own relics here, Phil. I just found them. They've got a bunch of their own relics. I've just worked out, Phil. Pro tip. Harlequin stuff has like a little H on it. You see that? In the blues. You see the little blue section? When it's Harlequin specific, it has a H. A capital H. In fact, it's not a H, because it's got my dyslexic brain again.
Is it that symbol in the bottom right-hand corner? Is that what you're talking about?
It's this one. It's this one, Phil. Look, I'm pointing my finger at that one.
Oh, right, okay.
That is Harlequin symbol. It's not a H. It's nothing like a H. But for some reason, my brain tells me that's what it is. I don't know why. Symbols are similar. Maybe it's just because I associate it with the Harlequins. Anyway, they got some relics. We're going to do one relic each because, there's a lot still to get through. So let's do that. I'm going to go with the Suit of Hidden Knives because that sounds like a fun old time, right, Phil? I mean, you've been known to be wandering the streets in your Suit of Hidden Knives.
Yes, indeed.
Purely a retail proposition, though, right, Phil? It's not that you're looking to do harm.
Get
your knives. Yeah, exactly. Illegally trading in knives. That was Phil's trade before whatever it is he does these days. Harlequin models only. Shock horror. At the end of the fight phase, the bearer can make 3 additional melee attacks. These attacks cannot target Titanic units. When resolving these attacks, each time a hit is scored, the target suffers 1 mortal wound, and that attack sequence ends. So you go, 3 additional attacks, all of which doing mortal wounds.
That's quite tasty.
Clearly, they didn't want to buy those knives, Phil.
I know. I'm going to go with Kagora's Rose, which is Harlequin models with a Harlequin Kiss only. Replaces the Harlequin Kiss. Melee weapon, +2 strength, -2 AP, 3 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, you can re-roll the wound roll, and obviously the bearer has the Harlequin Kiss keyword.
And that is vital because the Harlequin Kiss keyword gives you access to stratagems that benefit from having a Harlequin's Kiss, because thus the keyword is unlocked. And then the stratagem becomes available, because that's how them rules work these days.
Yeah. So is that weirdly, is that keyword specifically on the weapon profile, and because you're swapping it out, you've got to add it back in?
Yeah, well, it's a specific benefit of the weapon. So if you equip the weapon, one of the benefits of it is it gives you the Harlequin's Kiss words, keywords, tag words,
keywords.
Yes, words, keywords. Jesus, my brain. Warlord traits, Phil. That's what we're talking about next. There's only 3 of them, so we can probably go through all of them. Why don't you start this one, mate? You love Warlord traits. You get to do 2 out of 3 of them.
Lovely. Favor of Kigora. So once per turn, when you make a hit roll, wound roll, or saving throw for your Warlord, after making the roll, you can treat the result as an unmodified roll of a 6 instead. That's pretty good. It's pretty good that it's once per turn. Pretty good that you get to do the roll first, and if you don't like it, you can change it. So that is pretty tasty.
Yeah, strong. Fractal Storm. Each time an attack is made against this Warlord, your opponent cannot re-roll the hit roll, the wound roll, or the damage roll. It's all right. It's pretty good, in fact, to be fair. Not being able to re-roll does make a big difference. So
gives you a lot of survivability. And then the last one, A Foot in the Future, sounds like a subtle reference to One Foot in the Grave, the old TV show.
Sure, why not?
So this is each time a Warlord advances, do not make an advance roll. Instead, until the end of the phase, add a D3 plus 3 to the move characteristic of this Warlord. Each time you make a charge roll for this Warlord, you can add 6 to the result. Wow. That is... I just, don't even need to, you're not adding a dice, you're not taking a dice away.
You're just adding 6.
Adding a flat 6 in addition to your 2d6. Wow. That's
not too bad,
good. That is tasty. Yeah.
We approve. That gets our vote. So there you go. That's probably the one you're taking most of the time, surely.
Yeah, especially if it's on like a solitaire, like one that you want to be in close combat all the time. I mean, they all want to be in close combat to an extent, right?
I'm fairly confident solitaires can't be Warlords. Because
yes, because
no one likes solitaires.
Because the rule said it had to be a troop master, didn't it?
It's not that it specifically said it has to be a troop master. It's just I think solitaires specifically can't be Warlords.
No, I'm sure there was something in that first detachment rules that talked about it being it's got to be a troop master.
What, the troop master has to be a Warlord?
I thought there was something like that. Maybe that was...
No, you're wrong about that, mate. I think if I look at solitaires as a rule... Hang on. It's so easy to navigate this book. So easy. Oh, wait. Yeah, randomly at the end, they decided they would make Harlequins their own thing, didn't they? That makes more sense. Solitaire. This model has a 4+, a 3+. This model can never have a relic or a Warlord trait. There you go. Words.
Yeah. So lead roll. If your army includes any troop master models, if your Warlord is a Harlequin's model, the Warlord must be a troop master model. So you can get around it by not having any troop masters.
Yes.
But if you do, it's got to be a troop master. I wasn't making it up.
If you do troop master, it's got to be a Warlord.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. Tidy. All right, cool. Next thing on the list of things, of which there are many, is their psychic powers. Phantasmacy is their discipline. They've got a bunch of different powers. I suppose we're just going to read them all off to you.
Yeah.
And give our opinions.
Go for it.
As is the established format. Twilight Pathways. It's a blessing. Twilight Pathways has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one friendly Sadif core or Sadif character unit within 6 of this psyker. That unit can immediately make a normal move, advance, or fall back as if it were your movement phase. If it does so, that unit is not eligible to declare a charge this turn. But they can shoot, which is, not without its benefits. So, yeah, there you go.
Not bad. So the second one is Fog of Dreams. It's a blessing, warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select one friendly Death Korps or Death character unit within 12 of the Psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, that unit can only be selected as a target of a ranged attack if it is the closest eligible target for the attack or is within 12 of the shooting model. That's actually very strong. Like a really good defensive buff for like a key unit that could be out in the open. But obviously isn't the closest one, so if it's hanging back slightly. Yeah, that can be pretty cool.
Mirror of Minds. Witchfire. It's a warp charge of 7. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 of this Psyker. That enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Then roll off with your opponent. If you win or draw that roll off, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Repeat this roll off process until either that enemy unit has suffered 6 mortal wounds, that enemy unit is destroyed, or your opponent wins the roll off. So there you go.
It's a bit mad.
It's a bit random. It's interesting that there's no, stat line characteristic.
No add your leadership or whatever. So it is just completely random. So you have a 50-50 chance of it going off the first time, and then your percentages, I guess, steadily decrease each time. Well, I mean, each individual roll is 50-50, but the odds of performing all 6 in a row, that's not likely.
Yeah, the point is that you get your D3 mortal wounds to kick it off, and then any extra is essentially a bonus. So there you go. Next one, buddy.
So this is Veil of Tears. This is a warp charge value of 7. It's a malediction. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 and visible to the Psyker. Until the start of the next psychic phase, models in the enemy unit cannot target Sadef units from your army that are more than 18 inches away with ranged attacks. But you're within 18 inches, so they'll be able to target you.
Although you are obviously still a character if you're a Shadow Seer, which is pretty much the only thing doing that. So there are ways, I suppose.
So you'd need to be out of, well, you'd need a unit in front of you screening. It's sort of saying you have to shoot at me or units near me, but you can't then shoot at maybe more valuable targets like my transports or whatever somewhere else. What you could do
is use their rather whippy movement, move forwards, do this, and then Twilight Pathways your way back out of 18.
Yes.
Yeah. You could be like, I'm in range.
Clever.
No, I'm not. Yeah. I'm in range. No, I'm not.
I mean, they can then potentially make a 6-inch move and be back in range by the hair of the skin of their teeth.
Well, again, the Shadow Seer moves 8 and can also advance, so it will at least move 9.
Oh, true. Yeah, sorry, I was saying the range is 6 inches of a Psyker, not a 6-inch move. You do a normal move, so your range would be your movement would be more. Okay.
Yes. Is my next one? Yeah, my next one.
Shards of
Light.
Yeah.
Shards of Light. It's a warp charge of 6. It's a Witchfire ability. If you manifest it, select one enemy unit within 18 and visible. That enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. If it's a vehicle or monster unit, or a unit that contains 6 or more models, it suffers D3 mortal wounds. Until the start of your next psychic phase, subtract 2 from the leadership characteristic in that enemy unit.
Nah, no one's taken this one. I mean, it's all right, but it feels like you need to go for leadership mechanics, combat attrition mechanics if you are going to do it. Just having one ability that does it feels a bit pointless.
I'm going to say it now, though. Against certain large monsters, you could synergize with this really well with a Craftworld army as well. So you could have your Shadow Seer run in, go blap. You've taken D3 mortal wounds because you're a monster. and then your leadership's been reduced by 2. Then you could use Horrify from the Runes of Battle to reduce it by a further 2. Then you could throw a Hemlock on top of it.
I was going to say a Hemlock, yeah.
To reduce it by an additional 2, meaning that at this point they are -6 to their leadership. Once you've done all that, slap a Mind War on them. Oh, that could be a thing.
What does Mind War do?
I roll a d6, you roll a d6. I add my leadership, you add yours. The difference between us is how many more wins you take.
Ooh,
So
okay.
you could do a chunk.
Yeah, I mean, or you just do that because if you do it on a standard unit, it takes casualties. If it's leadership -6 unless they roll a 1, they're failing. But it's like they're only losing so many numbers of models. Is that it's like it's a game mechanic people don't really want to game. Like they don't want to tech into it in terms of how they build their army to manipulate leadership, because I think people just find it a bit underwhelming because
it really is.
Because it was almost like too punishing before, but historically it's always been punishing. Like you lose combat, you pretty much are auto losing your whole unit, right?
Leadership is the one system that Games Workshop has consistently demonstrated that they have no idea how to write a kind of competent rule set for. In older editions, they actually had quite a decent set of leadership-based scenarios, but decided that everything in the game would ignore it because literally everything was fearless.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I remember when I read the Rick Priestley book on tabletop design, and the reason why everything had leadership and ran away was twofold. One, because it was very accurate of real world, like, medieval Napoleonic battles, because humans don't like to die. So when all your mates are being killed around you, you'd much rather just run away and try and save your life. But also it gives you a tipping point in the game where if one person is clearly winning, why make it a long slog to the end of the game where one person's just having a bad time? Instead, you sort of tip it over to the edge and you go, cool, you're basically getting wiped out straight away. That's why Necromunda and older kill teams and Wartime had bottle tests, because basically you've taken enough casualties, you probably aren't in the game anymore. So just make it so you run away, the game ends and it concludes. So you feeling bad for losing only happens for one turn, not 4 turns in a row, because you're slowly being tabled by your opponent. But I think they've gone in the other direction where they're going, losing your units just automatically or too easily is a feel bad mechanic, so we want to take that out. But instead you get games that go until turn 4, turn 5 being tabled, and that also feels bad. So it's like they've tried to make the game better, but in doing so sort of made it worse. But ultimately it sort of does the same thing but in a different area of the game. It's like,
yeah,
it's a weird one. It's like
again,
they could bring it back, and it makes leadership more important as a mechanic. It makes these kind of abilities more important, and it really punishes armies that fail their leadership, which is kind of what it should do.
Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? It's again, not meaning to sort of get all rose-tinted about the older editions, but I think, as I consistently say, the one conversation you never have in a game of 40k anymore is, but in reality, if this was happening for real, this would be the way that you would respond to these situations, which was a much more prevalent, much more reoccurring conversation in the older editions. It's like, if I got shot by a sniper rifle or my unit got shot by a sniper rifle, we're going to make sure we go to ground. We're going to be like, oh God, we're getting shot at by a sniper, get down. If, we're running away, it's likely that we could get cut down by such and such scenario. And that's the thing. Like, I think you're absolutely right, Phil. I think, not to put Rick and those old designers on a pedestal and say that they were right about everything. They clearly weren't, but I think those systems were there for a very sort of specific reason, and leadership at the moment is just one of those weird things that it feels like a legacy, that it's there, but no one really knows what to do with it because everyone sort of feels bad for punishing people, because it feels bad when a whole unit's wiped out. But it's like, it's interesting because a lot of those design principles kind of resonate through everything, in so much as it's a consistent kind of approach where they want to try and give everyone everything all of the time, as it were. Whereas it used to feel like sometimes there was decisions being made. Like, I'm doing this instead of this because of this. Whereas now it's like, I do everything all of the time because of course I do. And it's like, okay, it's just different vibes.
Yeah.
But again, we're trying not to sort of be down in the dumps, because actually I think since all the releases of these new crazy books and that leaked Tyrannid book that's doing around, I think 9th edition's finally come into form. I think now that everything's gone crazy, the game starts to actually feel a little bit closer to being, dare I say it, fun and interesting and potentially balanced.
Yes, I mentioned it in the last episode. It's basically the Invincibles meme. Once everyone's special, no one is.
Yes.
So it's like once every codex has the crazy power creep levels of gameplay, weirdly it makes it more acceptable. Obviously, you've got some codexes that even in 9th edition have still fallen by the wayside. But anyway, let's move on to the last of the psychic powers. It's a webway dance. It's an aura ability. It's a blessing. Warp charge value of 7. If manifested until the start of your next psychic phase, this psychic can do the following ability. So it's an aura ability. While a friendly Sadef unit is within 6 inches of this psyker, each time a model in that unit would lose a wound, roll a d6. On a 6+, the wound is not lost. So a 6+ feel no pain in a 6-inch aura ability. No, not too bad. It's a bit niche.
It's not too terrible.
Yeah. What's your favourite out of all of them?
Let's say Shards of Light, because it at least allowed me to come up with a decent rant.
True. I quite like Veil of Tears, you can't shoot something outside of 18, or even Fog of Dreams, actually. I think, Fog of Dreams is my favourite, because that protects, like, it guaranteed protects a unit, pretty much.
Fair enough. There we go. So that was their psychic powers. That pretty much concludes all of their wordy words, except, of course, for their stratagems. So 2 pages of stratagems. You know the score, Phil. We're going to do 1 each from each of the colours, except red, because they've only got 1 red by the looks of things. And that's just the thing that gives you extra warlord traits. So so we won't do any of the reds.
So no extra relics. That's a strange one.
Seemingly not. Unless, of course, the Craftworld stratagem accounts for
is generic. Yeah, that could well be the case, actually.
You've got relics of... treasures of the Aeldari. Yeah, so that...
Yes, they do. Yeah, so there is a specific section of 2 pages, just Harlequin stratagems, but there's also some stratagems within the Aeldari Craftworld section, which also apply to Harlequins.
Clear as mud is how I will describe all of this.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a few blues. Let's pick 1 each. Do you want me to go first, or would you like to go first?
Yeah, you go first. Yeah.
All right, then. Well, I'm going to go for the most expensive one. War Dancers. Battle Tactics Stratagem. 3 command points. Use this stratagem at the end of the fight phase. Select 1 Harlequin troop unit from your army within engagement range of any enemy units. That unit can fight again. You can only use this stratagem once per battle round. Double fight for 3 CP. Pretty good.
That is pretty good. Yeah. I'm gonna go for Kigora's Jests.
Ooh.
It's 1 CP or 2 CP. Remember that order, as I will point out, as always. So use a stratagem in your opponent's movement phase when an enemy unit is within engagement range of a Harlequin's infantry unit from your army falls back. After that enemy unit has finished that move, select 1 Harlequin's infantry unit from your army that is within engagement range of that enemy unit at the start of the phase. The selected unit can either consolidate up to 6 inches or shoot as if it were your shooting phase. If the selected unit shoots, it can only target that enemy unit. If a selected unit consolidates, this stratagem costs 2 CP, otherwise it costs 1 CP. Again, my bugbear, they've mixed up the order of 1 CP, 2 CP at the very end. that doesn't match up the order that appears in the title. Such a nitpick, but I do like to point that one out. Seems quite cool, a way of trapping your opponent's units, even though they've fallen back.
Yeah. The one that I think probably most people are interested in, though, actually, I've just sort of realised, probably from the blue selection, is the very first one, which is the Prismatic Blur, because basically it gives an infantry unit a 3+ invulnerable save. But there is a stipulation to it. Again, this is one of those words of caution for any of you out there playing against Harlequins. They do have to have moved 8 inches or more, so they will need to be...
Well, even more specific, they need to have advanced 8 inches.
Well, indeed. I mean, given their base movement, I'm pretty sure it is 8. It's not going to be especially difficult to do, but the point is it's more about model positioning and things of that nature, similar to what they did with, like, the Raven Wing. You can't just basically say, this unit is advancing and now has a 3+ invulnerable save, but not move them anywhere. You will need to have moved them 8 inches.
Here's the thing: do you actually have? How many of those models do you need to have moved 8 inches? One of them?
What, just send one of them out and then go, oh well, he's dead?
Well, but here's the thing: it says when it says the unit from your army advances more than 8 inches. So it either is you're rolling a dice and you go, my intention is to move over 8 inches, or I've got an available advance of 8 or 9 inches, whatever you roll, but I actually don't move all of that. Or one model moves 8 inches, the rest sort of daisy chain back, and actually a couple of them at the very back haven't moved at all, or they've only moved a couple of inches. Or do you need to be quite stringent and be like, actually every model needs to have moved a minimum of 8 inches?
I mean, I'll go with the latter. Let's go with that, but I'm not entirely sure. You've raised an interesting question for sure. But anyway, 2 CP, you get a 3+ invulnerable save. Yay!
That is pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, for 2 CP though, that's fair enough, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. It's all right. 3+ is very strong. Very strong.
Yes, yeah.
And this army does like advancing. It's one of the things it's quite good at.
Yes, because obviously you can advance and still shoot. Sorry, and can you advance and shoot? You can definitely advance and charge.
Advance and charge. Oh no, you can advance and charge. You can only advance and shoot if you've got assault weapons, I guess. But then it's fall back, shoot, and charge is the way it works. I'm pretty sure that was the words of the Rising Crescendo, or whatever it was called.
Oh yeah, Rising Crescendo, eligible to charge and turn which you advanced. You can shoot and charge when you fell back, yeah, so you can't just advance and shoot unless you've got assault weapons.
Exactly. You're not Craftworlders. Don't go crazy. We'll move on now to the baby brown, as it were.
They've all got great names. I'm going to give it to them. And even, the psychic powers and the relics, they've all had really good names for the Harlequins.
It's pretty good. Them. Of all the names, though, there's one that I think wins out. And I'm going to leave that one to you on the assumption that you and I are of one mind and you agree with me that it's the best of names.
Oh.
But we'll discover soon enough. And I'm going to start with No Price Too Steep for 2CP, which I'm sure we both agree was not the best of names.
Oh, I like that one. That was the one I was going to read out.
You understand, though, compared to the one that's clearly got the best name, it's not the best name.
I can, yes, I assume there's one that's a bit funny.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, No Price Too Steep, 2CP. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when a Harlequins character model from your army that has not already been selected to fight this phase is destroyed. To remove that model from play. It can fight after attacking model's unit has finished making attacks. If that model is a solitaire model or was destroyed by a chaos unit until the end of the phase, add 1 to the model's attack strength characteristics. After resolving the destroyed model's attacks, it is then removed. Same stipulations as I said before, although obviously there is no outright description of the fact that you need to be within engagement range. Fighting usually implies that you need to be within engagement range. Just because you're dead doesn't mean that all of a sudden... I suppose maybe there's a chance that in the killing of you, your arms were, severed and flung a great distance to potentially be able to perform an act of combat in your passing. But it seems highly unlikely that that's the way that it's intended to be played. So I would assert that there is an engagement range element to that also.
100%, yeah.
So which one's got the best name, Phil, with all the baby browns?
So it's not Dramatic Entrance. It's not Hero's Path. I'm going with Torments of the Fiery Pit.
It's a fantastic name. It puts the Leutman on its...
Every time I've had a spicy curry. So it's a 1 CP stratagem. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when a Harlequins character model, excluding solitaire models from your army, has lost any wounds, is selected to fight. Until the end of that phase, add 1 to the strength and attacks characteristics of that model. Yeah, it's all right. It's pretty good.
It doesn't sound quite like a fiery pit to me, but...
No, well, I guess you're getting all angry. That's why you're a bit stronger and you got more attacks.
The dying embers of the fiery pit, maybe. Moving on then to the greens. I'll just kick off with the first one on the list because there's only 2 of them. The Curtain Falls, 1 CP. It's a strategic ploy stratagem. That's what green is. Use the stratagem in the fight phase after Harlequin's infantry unit from your army has finished making its attacks, but before it makes a consolidation move. Instead of consolidating as normal, if every model in that unit is within 6 of a friendly transport model, that unit can embark within the transport model as if it were your movement phase, even if that unit has disembarked this turn, provided the transport model has enough transport capacity available. Hello? So you can come out, fight, and as long as you're within 6 of a transport, just get back in it. And there's no necessity for that transport to be in combat. You can just enter it and potentially not have anything happen to you in return. For 1 CP, it's all right then.
That's pretty busted and broken. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's weird because they normally have rules, like in the core rulebook and in the latest FAQs, they've got pretty much said you can't do this. So to have a stratagem that specifically does it is quite unusual because it's probably the only time in the game you can do this, where you can disembark, attack, and then re-embark. And the fact is, it doesn't happen at the end of your turn, right? You
No,
just
it just
do
happens
straight
instead
away.
of consolidating, yeah.
So
instead of consolidating, you do it. I'm just
if
checking
you-
the wording on the dark ability, right? So each time a model with this characteristic is destroyed by a melee attack, if that model has not fought this phase, do not remove it from play. The destroyed model can fight after attack model's unit has finished making attacks and is then removed from play. So the question is, I suppose, if you were in a mirror matchup, right, for the dark guys, because it says that it triggers after you finish attacks, does that mean that this triggers before they then make consolidation moves, or does it, consolidation moves, or does the attack not conclude until the consolidation moves are concluded? What I'm basically saying is there a way that if you're in that mirror matchup and you've got transports, you can avoid being tagged by dark Harlequins?
Yeah, if
by
it says
jumping in.
after your opponent has finished their attacks, to
Correct.
me that is after they've physically rolled the dice, your models have technically died.
Yeah.
But before you have consolidated, or they have consolidated. So I imagine, yeah, you couldn't use the Curtain Falls because that happens as you consolidate, but the attacks back from the dark happen beforehand.
Yes.
Is the way I would read it.
Yeah, I would assume so.
And again, it helps mitigate that kind of shenanigans where I was like, you could consolidate out of combat range of some of those models that need to be in engagement range to hit you back by just consolidating towards the ones that are still alive that might be away from the ones that died. So it makes sense that it's done in that order.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But it's still strong. It's really... Everyone complains when stuff's uninteractive, like, and they FAQ'd it, when the Petracti, wasn't it? The Admech ones, they could just come down, they could flame stuff, and then they could go back into Deep Strike again without ever, like, being hit back or being on the table for a turn. And the fact that there's an ability that specifically does this feels really counterintuitive to like fundamental core principles of current 40k. So it feels really weird because it is not interactive at all. You can't fight them in any way. It's not like it's at the end of the fight phase once you've attacked back. I mean, it's clever. It gives you lots of defensive ability. It forces your opponent to basically get a can opener, destroy that transport, leaving you then vulnerable to attack. But yeah, so it's a weird one in terms of game design principles. It's an odd one.
Yeah, very intriguing for sure. But there we go. Interesting. Do the next one, Phil.
I'll go for mocking laughter. Again, strategic ploy. 1 CP as well. So use a stratagem at the start of your morale phase. Not that we use morale that often. Select one enemy unit within 12 inches of the Death Jester model from your army until the end of the phase. Your opponent cannot select a unit, that unit, for the insane bravery stratagem. See the core rulebook. Nor can it use any rule that would let them re-roll the morale test for that unit. If a morale test is taken for that unit is failed, any action the unit is performing immediately fails. Well, that is quite interesting, especially when you can combo it with that psychic power that gives them -2 leadership as well. Interesting.
Not bad. Right, I've got 4 options here. These are all war gear stratagems, and these are essentially what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about how Harlequin's Kiss gives you the Kiss of Death stratagem, or rather the Harlequin's Kiss keyword, which gives you access to the Kiss of Death, the Caress, which gives you Oblivion's Caress, the Embrace, a Deadly Embrace, and then lastly, you've got Haywire Grenades, which give you access to Haywire Charges. I'll let Phil pretend. Do you want to do Kiss of Death, Phil?
Yeah, I'll do the Kissy of Deathy.
Kissy of Deathy.
Kissy of Deathy. 1 CP. It's obviously a war gear stratagem. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Harlequin's Kiss unit is selected to fight. Until that fight is resolved, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. A unit can only suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase due to stratagem. A unit cannot be selected for his stratagem and the Oblivion's Caress stratagem in the same phase. So yeah, doing 6s. Doing 1 mortal wound on unmodified wound rolls of 6s. Okay, yeah, it's pretty good. Plus, in addition to other damage, which is key.
Well, what's nice about this, though, is the fact that this is a benefit for the whole unit as well, though, not just the Harlequin Kiss models in that unit, right? So the whole unit get this.
Yeah, because it says when a Harlequin's Kissed unit is selected to fight. Yeah, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack. Yeah, so it affects everyone.
Yes, which is a really interesting way that they've gone about. And again, I suppose we'll talk about this in a moment, but basically the Harlequin troops have essentially been designed, as has all of the kind of Harlequin's things, to now reflect their loadout based on what is available in the box. So effectively, it is not possible for you now to field a unit with all embraces or all caresses, for example. It is possible for you to field a unit with all kisses because they actually do include 5 Harlequin kisses within the Harlequins box set. But the logic seemingly is that because they've limited the access to these war gear stratagems give you a little extra something. So as even putting 1 of each in a unit gives you access to additional abilities, which I suppose is quite...
Because I presume the Harlequin Kiss has its own weapon profile anyway,
Correct.
So there's still a reason to give it to as many models as you could possibly want.
Assuming that's what you're wanting from that unit,
yeah. Yeah, because I mean, if all it gave you was access to the stratagem, you would only ever equip 1 model in a squad for it, because it then unlocks it for the whole squad, and you just make sure that model's the last one to die if you're trying to maximize this ability. Yeah, cool. Are you going to do Oblivion's Caress then?
I don't know. I'm going to do Haywire Charges because it's something else. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase when a Harlequin's Haywire Grenade unit from your army is selected to shoot. Select 1 model in that unit. That model can only make 1 attack with this phase and must target an enemy vehicle unit within 6 inches of it, so it has to target a vehicle. But if it is scored, that vehicle unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, and the attack sequence ends. So there you go. You can lob a grenade at a vehicle and do D3 mortal wounds on it, on the assumption that you hit it. So
nice.
Not too shabby for the sake of 1 CP.
True. Out of interest, and because it's actually very good, we should talk about Oblivion's Caress.
All right, Phil, go on then.
It's 2 CP. Use a stratagem in your fight phase when a Harlequin's Caress unit is selected to fight. Until the fight is resolved, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack. Cool, blimey. A unit cannot be selected for the stratagem and the Kiss of Death stratagem in the same phase. So another ignore invuln save mechanic. They're just dishing them out left, right, and centre in these new codexes. Wow. 2 CP though, so it seems reasonably fair for 2 CP.
Yeah, pretty good.
Exactly, pretty good.
Pretty good. All right, we're going on to data sheets, and then we're going to close out with our closing thoughts on all things Harlequin, or Harlequin, as I suppose I'm supposed to say. We'll do a couple each, I guess. There's a few units in there. I mean, there's not a horrendous amount necessarily. So data sheet wise, they've got the Troop Master, the Shadow Seer, the Troop, Death Jester, Solitaire, Sky Weavers, Void Weavers, and a Star Weaver. That is all of their Harlequin specific things. Phil, do you want to get us started, mate? Do you want to pick one?
Yeah, I'll just go with the Troop Master.
Solid.
Sort of the old Boggo Troop Master, as we like to call him now.
Master,
Again, with the misaligned stat line.
I think we just kind of have to let that go at this stage.
I know. So movement 8 inches, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength and toughness 3, 5 wounds, 6 attacks. It's quite good. Leadership 9 and a 6+ save. He's equipped with a shuriken pistol, Harlequin's blade, and plasma grenades. He can change the shuriken pistol with either a fusion pistol or a neuro disruptor. He can also swap out the Harlequin blades with one of the following. So Harlequin's Caress, Harlequin's Embrace, Harlequin's Kiss, or an Aeldari Boggo standard power sword. So fusion pistol, 6-inch range, pistol 1, strength 8, -4, D6 +2, as you would expect from a Melter-esque type thing. The Neuro Disruptor is slightly longer range, it's 12 inches, pistol 1, strength 6, -3, 1 damage, and each time an attack is made with this weapon, if you hit scored, unless the target is a vehicle, the target suffers 1 mortal wound and the attack sequence ends. Which is interesting because it's basically pretty much always just doing a mortal wound, right? And then even against vehicles, it's still -3. So it's pretty good. Shuriken pistol, 12-inch range again. Pistol 1, strength 4, -1, 1 damage with the Shuriken keyword. We've got Aeldari Power Sword, which is pretty standard. +1 strength, which is strength 4. -3, 1 damage. Harlequin's Blades, a strength user, so strength 3, -1, 1 damage, but you get to make 1 additional attack. The Caress is... these are all the same. So Caress, Embrace, and Kiss are all the same stat line, which is +1 strength, so strength 4, -2, 2 damage. But I guess what you're doing is unlocking the different stratagems with them, whether you're doing mortal wounds or ignoring invuln saves. And then the one that I guess we didn't read out.
Yes, indeed. Whatever that is. Lost to time.
Exactly. He's got Harlequin's Penelope, Luck of the Laughing God, and Rising Crescendo special rules, which is the standard ones. He's got the Troop Master weapons. So if this model is equipped with a Harlequin's Kiss, it has a Harlequin Kiss keyword. Okay, if it's got a Caress, it's got a Caress keyword. If it's got the Embrace, it's got the Embrace keyword, again, to unlock those stratagems. So I assume a lot of them will have that ability. And he's also got the Choreographer of War, which is an aura ability. So a friendly Harlequin's core unit within 6 of him, they may re-roll the wound roll of 1. Pretty good. He's also got the Haywire Grenades keyword as well.
There you go. So you can lob some Haywire Grenades, should he so wish to. Not too shabby. Moving on from that, we're going to just talk about troops, because troops essentially make up the core of this army. The troops are their troops' choice, and they do a lot of the army's heavy lifting. If you're going to be running Harlequins, you're going to have to get used to getting your head round, getting the most out of this squad in particular. So you've got the player profile and the lead player profile. Movement 8, weapon skill free, ballistical free, strength toughness free, 1 wound, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 6+ save. Intriguingly, the lead player is exactly the same, but it has 1 extra wound, so it is a 2 wound model. All the weapons are as per what Phil just said. There's a bunch of restrictions based on their loadouts, and this is essentially reflected within what is actually available on the sprue if you buy a Harlequin box off the shelf today, essentially making it impossible for you to build the squad wrongly, because effectively the number of options available to you in the box are reflected in the war gear options here. That being said, 2 models shuriken pistols can become neuron disruptors. 2 shuriken pistols can become fusion pistols. 2 Harlequin blades can be replaced with caresses, and up to 2 Harlequin blades can be replaced with embraces. And again, every model could have their Harlequin blade replaced with a Harlequin kiss. When the unit is 11 or more, essentially that stipulation effectively doubles, basically. So there you go. That's how they work in terms of their rules. They've got all the standard rules, and then they've got Harlequin weapons, which is exactly the same as Troop Master weapons, except it's a different rule for some reason.
Yes,
even though
strange.
it is exactly the same thing. If you're equipped with a thing, you get the corresponding keywords. As a unit, they're pretty strong. They've got a lot of attacks. They've got a lot of flexibility. And the fact that they've got all those added stratagems and things adds a lot of flavor to them. They're quite punchy.
Here's a question. How many come in a box?
5.
Okay, just 5.
Correct.
But you can have up to 12 in a box. Sorry, 12 in a squad. Because what's weird is...
Oh, maybe it is 6 then. It's been a long time since I bought a box of Harlequins.
Because even if it's 6, right, you are effectively saying to them, okay, you've bought 2 boxes to get 12. So then why is the stipulation that you can only have, 4, because you're doubling the amount that you can swap, so you could have 4 fusion pistols. Why is that happening if you contain 11 or more models? It's weird that it's not like 6, it's at 11, like it's a really high cap.
Well, yeah, I guess it's just... Because 11 or more is just 10 plus, isn't it? So
yeah, so it's like...
Why not
if
10
each,
plus, but it's 11 or more.
If you got 10 in a box, but because of the transport capacity of the vehicles, they've gone, you can take up to 12... it would make sense, because actually to maximize those 12, you've literally got to buy 2 boxes. So therefore you've got access to those extra weapons.
Correct, yeah, because that's the thing. So they come in boxes of 6. I've just checked.
Oh, okay.
They come in boxes of 6. So if you have 12 of them, or if you have 12 of them, you've bought 2 boxes worth.
But weirdly, you could have a unit that contains 10 or less, sorry. You've got those 4 lots of fusion pistols, but actually you can only take 2 of them.
Correct, yes.
It's weird.
It is weird. It's a weird set of stipulations, but hey, look, it is what it is.
I can only assume that's more for game balance, so people just aren't like min-maxing fusion pistols, because that is literally how pretty much every Harlequin player I know used to do it.
Correct, yeah, correct. But it became this ridiculous situation where, because of the way the rules worked, it essentially, it was always the way of things, wasn't it? And it still exists in a lot of armies to this day, but it's like, oh, I want my army to only have, I want my squad to only have fusion pistols. I have to now buy a bunch of boxes, or trade, or potentially 3D print, or buy
third-party bits or whatever.
Yeah. And Games Workshop aren't down with that, so they've penalised accordingly. So there you go. Pick another one, Phil. One more from you, and then one more from me, and we'll get out of here.
I'm going to do the Solitaire.
Solitaire. So, strong choice.
He is movement 12, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength and toughness 4, 5 wounds, 8 attacks, 8. Leadership 9, 6+ save. He's armed with solitaire weapons, and you can only include one solitaire model in your army. So the solitaire weapons are +2 strength, so that is 7. Yeah. No, 6. My maths is awful. Strength 6, -3 AP, 2 damage. Pretty average. Like, it's okay. He's got the impossible form. Ooh, he's got a 3-up invuln save. I didn't think those were a thing anymore, but clearly it is. He's got the Path of Damnation, so he can never have a relic or a warlord trait. Again, we've seen it before. A fake character. He's also got Blitz, which is an old rule. Let's see if it's the same as it used to be. So once per battle, in your movement phase, instead of making a normal move, you can pick up the football and you can run with it and attack a Blood Bowl player. Did you see what I did there?
I did see what you did there. You started pretending that we were playing Blood Bowl
because
due to the rule being. Yeah.
This is an action. Anyway, so the actual rule is yes. Once per battle in your movement phase, instead of making a normal move, this player can make a blitz move. If it does so until the end of the turn, add 2d6 to the model's move characteristic and add 2 to this model's attack characteristics. So it would basically have 10 attacks on a 4d6 charge?
No. Characteristic fill. Move characteristic. So it would be moving potentially 24, most likely somewhere around 18.
Yeah, so movement 12 plus 2d6. So
Correct.
It's basically what you're actually doing. It's weird because it says add 2d6 to your model's move characteristic. Oh, right. So that isn't actually for the charge move. I was thinking it's just saying add 12 inches to your charge. It's not. It just gives you an extra. It's effectively adds your charge into your move on top of your charge you would also get.
I wonder if there's any specific wording about stipulations around charging. I'm just going to have a look at something. Core rules.
And you've also got to remember that Harlequins ignore models for the purposes of all their moves anyway. So it is pretty strong.
So no unit can be selected to charge more than once each charge phase. Once eligible units. Okay, hang on. Units that have advanced or fallen back, and units that start the charge. Yeah, fine. So there's no fine. So it's called advancing or fallback. Fine. Yeah. So you can definitely still charge. I just thought it was like potentially one of those ridiculous things where it's like the rules for Harlequin says they can advance and charge, but there's not a rule saying they can blitz and charge. So is there?
Well, here's the thing: your blitz move is when you, instead of making a normal move, you can make a blitz move, and if you do so until the end of your turn, you do this. So you can't actually advance and charge with this person, but why would you?
Well, you can normally because he's still got rising crescendo. So he still can advance and charge. Just every now and again, he can do it once per game. He can do a 2d6 advance. Yeah,
but what I mean is you can't blitz and do an advance.
No, yeah, that would be my 3d6.
Likewise, you can't fall back and blitz because to be able to blitz, you need to do a normal move. And
Correct.
Fall back move is a separate move now.
Well done. That is correct.
He's a really good marine killer, hitting on 2s, wounding on 3s. They're saving on 6s.
If you've got anything that reduces its charge, though, it's a little bit irritating, right? So obviously, if you're up against like Custodes and they tangle foot you, that's going to be pretty massive. If you're up against Craftworlds and they use their Netweaver or whatever they're called, stratagems or war gear items on Rangers. So there are ways that you can reduce its charges, and that could.
I mean, does that really matter though? When you're probably like 2 inches away from them anyway.
Well, it depends how people build it up.
If you do the blitz move first of all, obviously.
Yeah, if you do blitz move turn 1, there's a chance that it's going to be a bit of a push. But I suppose if it's happening, but then he does have that ability where he can just deep strike. So maybe you just deep strike.
Yeah, and what was the thing that gave you just a flat 6 to your charge? Was
That's a warlord trait. Oh no, that was that was a warlord trait to give you an additional 6 to your charge.
Yes, so he can't take that because of the Path of Damnation.
Yeah, and
okay.
it was a relic that. Oh no, it was another warlord trait from. Anyway, it was either a warlord trait or a relic that made your advances always count as 6s. So again, and even then, even if your advances always did count as 6s, you're not advancing, you're blitzing, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So it's down to me to pick the last thing. I'm going to do the Void Weaver because this is the thing that people on the internet are going nuts about. They're like, "Oh my god, got to get them Void Weavers," which is obvious because Void Weavers used to be the worst thing in the army. So naturally, they're now the best
because they're. Am I right in thinking it's basically their only real shooting?
Yes, it's their only real shooting, and in conjunction with that, Games Workshop had loads of them that they wanted to sell. And
were they a separate kit from?
No, they were the same as the transport, I suppose. So maybe they didn't do too badly. But anyway, the point is they is good apparently. But let's discover movement 16, weapon skill, ability skill 3+, strength and toughness of 5, 6 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 8, and a 4+ save. This unit contains. If this unit contains 2 models, so it's a unit of 1 to 3, basically. The weapon that it has is a prismatic cannon. It has 2 firing profiles, focused lance and dispersed pulse. The focused lance is heavy 2, strength 12, -4, 2d3 damage. Pretty tasty. And the dispersed, I can't speak right now, dispersed pulse is range 36, heavy 3d3, strength 5, -1, 1 damage, blast. It's also got a shuriken cannon, which is heavy 3, range 24, strength 6, -1, 2 damage, and shuriken, which is that any 6s to wound become AP free in this instance.
It's actually got 2 of those.
Can have 2 of them, yes. So it comes with 2.
No, it comes with 2. It comes with 2 shuriken cannons, but it comes with the Void Weaver Haywire cannon, which you've not read out yet. But that can be swapped out for the prismatic cannon.
Correct. Ah, yes, I forget. There's a gun on the arse of it as well, isn't there? I keep forgetting that it's got like gun coming out the back, guns underneath the front place, guns everywhere. Anyway, and then Haywire cannon, range 24, heavy 2d3, strength 4, -3, flat 3 damage. It's blast. Each time attack is made with this weapon against a vehicle unit, an unmodified wound roll of 4+ is always successful, and an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts D3 mortal wounds on the target in addition to any normal damage. Blimey heck. That is that's pretty unreasonable. The fact that it always wounds on 4s as well. Those poor old Lehman Russes, Phil? They didn't see it coming.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting because it's only strength 4, but against vehicle.
Anything vehicle.
2d3 is a lot of shots actually.
Especially with blast as well, but obviously not same.
Well, there are things like there are some vehicle squadrons, but never
Castellan robots.
I mean, those you can actually take in squads
of
more
6.
than of 6, so it would actually pick. But then saying that, what's that minimum 3? And it's like you're doing 2d3 anyway, so you're statistically gonna get that anyway.
Yeah.
Not always. You might well double one. You never know.
You might do on those rare occasions. You'll be grateful for blast. But I suppose the benefit of it is that it also has that kind of ability for shooting into elite infantry. Admittedly, it won't necessarily be wounding a lot of that elite infantry as efficiently as it will against vehicles, because strength 4 typically isn't strong enough to wound on better than 5s against certain elite infantry units. But
I mean, against your standard Space Marines, though.
Yeah,
but even like
more
your Blade Guard and what have you. That's still pretty good.
I'm talking more because again, the -3 with the flat 3 damage, it's good for against Custodes. It's good against Gravis. It's good against other free wound.
Oh yeah, Gravis is toughness 5, isn't it?
Yeah. So in terms of its abilities, Luck of the Laughing God, Hollow Field, not Halo Field. Hollow Fields has a 4+ invulnerable save. Hovering, distances are measured from the hull. Ride the Wind. Each time a unit advances, do not make an advance roll. Instead, they always advance 6. And then they've got Mirage Launchers. Each time an attack is made against this unit, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll, and that attack's hit roll cannot be re-rolled. So you summon an attack, so that's both melee and ranged attacks. Pretty amazing. And the fact that you cannot re-roll the hit is, yeah, wow. So you can't re-roll against it, and you're -1 to hit it, and that's a time an attack is made against it. So literally, yeah, it's really ranged strong. And melee -1. You can't re-roll against it. Wowzers! And then it explodes on a 6.
And it's got its 4-up inbun as well.
It's got its 4-up inbun.
That is durable.
And then obviously, if you take it as light, you're only hitting it on 4s from a distance, and you can't.
Oh, because it's freeze. Yeah, it has to be 4, but also you've also got your -1. But as you say, doesn't stack.
No, correct.
But even so, but that's good. But actually, because Space Marines hitting on 4s, Custodians hitting on 4s. Imperial Guard and stuff that don't benefit from that hitting on 5s.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
You know, poor orcs sitting on 6s, I guess, for the most part. What's cool is actually all of these have it. So Void Weavers have got it, Star Weaver's got it, but also the Sky Weaver, the jet bikes also have that ability as well. So that is pretty tasty.
The jet bikes are
actually they don't have the -1,
different.
so they just have you can't re-roll the hit roll.
Correct.
They don't have the
I think it's
-1.
only melee for them as well, potentially. So they've got the Sky Weaver Mirage Launcher. Each time an attack is made against this unit. You cannot hit the attack's hit roll cannot be re-rolled. Yeah, so they don't have the -1. You just can't re-roll hits.
But that also works in combat as well.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Oh, that's it. And then it's got Harlequins Mask. Each time a melee attack is made against them, it subtracts 1. So the difference is the Mirage Launchers is -1 against everything.
Right.
The Sky Weavers are only -1 when they are being punched.
Oh, that's clever. But I mean, they want to be in combat anyway, right?
They definitely do.
Right. Is it weird? Okay. So these all have hollow suits for a 4+ inbun. Doesn't the whole army have a 4+ inbun anyway? Or is that a stipulation to just
that was one of the earlier rules? So that I guess in instances where they didn't feel like they wanted to give them that rule, they've done different ones. So I think in the case of the standard units, so say the troops, for example, I think it's Harlequins
Panoply, 4+ inbun. Which
So some of these units don't have it. So, for example,
I guess that's to not give them the they can like move through things and
but everything's got fly anyway.
This is weird, right? So Harlequins Panoply 4-up save, which these guys have, move through stuff, which the Sky Weavers, for example, don't, but they've got they've got fly. But they've also got each time a melee attack is made against this unit, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll, which is on Harlequins Panoply, but Sky Weavers have that built in already. Void Weavers have that built in. Why not just give them Harlequins Panoply and be done with it? Why deliberately omit them from that, but then give them rules that do the exact same thing anyway?
Because, Phil, this is 9th edition, and this is fun!
I guess they're like... Oh, but they have hollow suits. We want to represent their wargear in slightly different ways, even though that specifically talks about hollow suits as well in the fluff of the Harlequins Panoply.
Look, I think
weird.
The thing is,
okay.
I think there are specific reasons why they've had to do it this way to try and deal with specific interactions or something that they've perceived.
It's basically I think it's,
or they've got a word count that they have to hit as rules designers, and they were like, "Oh well, screw it. That's an easy way around it." I think
it's so. It says each time a unit makes a normal move, advances, falls back, or makes a charge move, you basically ignore models and terrain features. Whereas Void Weavers not having that basically means they can charge through. They can charge over models, but not terrain features. So all of this duplication of rules is to basically say these vehicles can't fly through buildings when they charge, which would almost be better just to stipulate that as an extra rule rather than remove rules, add on duplicate rules. I don't know. It just seems a bit confusing.
Yeah, but they
But
like
that's why
that
they've
whole
done it.
process, where they don't like making life easy for themselves, I suppose. But there we go. Look, that was our little romp through the wondrous land of Harlequins. What did you think of them, Phil? Did they live up to your expectations? Are you excited and wanting to play them yourself, or are you scared and wanting to run free of their madness?
Well, as we've been going through it, I recalled back in the day that I came into possession of some Harlequins. Trying to think what double box set it was.
Mask of Death, I think.
Mask of Death, yeah.
Or Death Mask or something it was called, yeah.
Death Mask, which was Kill Team plus Harlequins, which was tied into what we talked about earlier when it was the birth of Ynnari. I think it was that Harlequins were trying to do something to do with the birth of Ynnari, and that was what that story tied into very loosely. So that was when I bought some Death Watch, but I ended up with some Harlequins. I then sold them off on eBay because I didn't want them. But now I'm like, I should have maybe kept hold of them. These are pretty good. Not that I'm that massively into the idea of having another army that I'm not going to ever get around to building and painting, but they look good. They're great models. They look good on paper. The rules are very strong. They're it feels like their downsides of being really squishy, which was always their problem before, feel like they've got a lot of stuff to give them, make them a lot more durable, which might not be good for the game, but we'll have to see.
I mean, I will say I would have loved to have seen you kind of do a Blanchitsu style Quins army. I think that would have been fantastic because, obviously there's a lot of, Blanche artwork of the Harlequins in existence in the world. And, that's a kind of expression and style of Harlequin army that you just don't really see very often. I think everyone kind of goes for that very clean, very checkered look for it. So it might be nice, Phil, maybe one day you should you should break out one of the units and see if you can't, because you did that Blanchitsu playing card challenge, didn't you? And you created a model that didn't feel remarkably indifferent to, or rather remarkably different from, the Harlequin aesthetic, right? It felt it had some sort of Harlequin cues to it. It was,
yeah. It was like Adeptus Mechanicus style robot, but the face, I used one of Death Masks because the face was floating out on wire in front of the back of the head. So it did have a bit of a Harlequin vibe to it just from using that Death Mask piece.
Yeah. No, definitely. Look, for what it's worth, Harlequins are very strong. I think it's clear that their ability to negate so many of the game's core rules creates a situation which ultimately enables them to be very strong. They're a high-pressure army. They are going to make you want to play the game their way. And I think, in the game of 9th edition, certainly when played using the Grand Tournament or Nuckmund rule set that is, the kind of current competitive play system, is very strong because you understand that against them, any missteps, anything that you do incorrectly is going to be met with extreme force. I think there are armies out there that beat them very comfortably, not least themselves. But I think the right Craftworld builds will definitely cause them a lot of problems. But, there's a lot of really simpler builds out there that probably will cause them a hard time. I think at the moment, what I'm kind of seeing is that there's this kind of consistent desire to kind of, pursue lists and create armies based on what the best players have been doing. And I think that's very interesting. And I think that kind of limits the possibilities because I think actually there's a lot of army lists out there in the rules that would cause these guys a real hard time. Orcs, for example, already I can think of many different variants of orc build that would probably cause them a problem. Just it wouldn't be the established flyers and buggy lists that have been doing the rounds up until this point. I think a very kind of old school style, orcs in trucks, orc horde type list could be problems for them. Additionally, we've all seen, or at least I assume we've all seen, the Tyrannid leaks that are all over the internet. I mean, flipping heck, Auspex Tactics just did a video reviewing the entire codex based on those leaks. So yeah, there's plenty of information out there about what they're going to become, and they are just dripping in attacks. All their units seem to just have attacks for days. So, that many rolls of the dice is not going to go well for Harlequins. I think Grey Knights give them a horrible time as well. Anything that outputs a lot of mortal wounds is going to really mess with them. So Thousand Suns as well would probably not be something they'd be too keen to see across the tabletop, because all those mortal wounds can be really damaging. But look, I think at the end of the day, Harlequins are strong. They're obviously strong. And I'm grateful that they exist, because it has taken a lot of pressure off of the Craftworld side of the conversation. I get to turn up to the tabletop with my Craftworld army and be like, could be worse, could be Harlequins.
Exactly.
So they've done me a favour.
That's the thing, because actually Eldar are going to be really strong anyway, I reckon. So yeah, having the big amount of Harlequins makes you feel like the lesser of two evils, even though it's still pretty bad.
We presume. We haven't seen it kind of come into its own just yet.
But, yeah.
I'm sure those lists are out there. Anyway, there you go. That was us talking about Harlequins. We hope you enjoyed it. If you didn't, I suppose, keep it to yourself, I guess. But then you've gotten this far, so well done you.
Exactly. Wait till the next episode when we won't be talking about Harlequins.
Exactly. We're going to do a non-codex orientated episode next time, right? That's the hope.
I reckon so. Unless
it's about time.
Somehow the Tyrannid Codex goes up on pre-order this weekend, and we know that's not going to happen because they've already told us what they're putting on pre-order this weekend. So there'll be at least one episode where we're not talking about lids.
At least
before we talk about them.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta hope so. All right, cool. Oh, dropping the book. Sorry, everyone. Transitional noise. Alrighty then, everyone. It's the end of the show where we're going to go through some community questions, but not before me and Phil have a little bit of general chit chat. Phil, did you pre-order Kill Team? Did you do that? Kill Team?
No.
Nuckmund?
No.
No.
What even? Oh, it's
Corsairs and Chaos Space Marines.
Oh yeah. No. I mean, I like the Corsairs, but not enough to buy them. Or Chaos Space Marines that I don't really want. Or
I'd be really interested to know what the take up is for that, given the fact that we've got the Corsair rules in our hands, and this is one of those unique circumstances, I suppose, because in the case of the first Kill Team release, people got excited because it was new and Plastic Krieg, Phil. Plastic Krieg. I know you didn't like them, but Plastic Krieg. And potentially one of the greatest Orc units ever created in the Orc Commandos, which
completely.
Are just incredible.
Yeah.
Utterly brilliant.
Yeah, I can see the first one selling really well, and we clocked this problem when they first announced the roadmap of every 3 months, we're basically going to re-release Kill Team with a starter set, with new models, with new terrain, and I was like, for the people that have bought Kill Team, why would they then buy these other ones?
Yes.
This is basically for people that somehow haven't gotten into Kill Team yet but want to get into it. Or what it is really doing, it is gatekeeping new models and locking it away in a bundle that has terrain, rules, another faction that you probably don't want, that you have to split with a friend. It sort of upsells you. So rather than selling let's conservatively say, £30 box of Eldar Corsairs, 35 quid maybe, you're instead buying £100 box,
and
probably
the rest,
or 120, 125 of stuff that you kind of don't need, but it's more value for money. You're buying, like, let's say £180 worth of stuff potentially, like if you were to buy them all individually, so you feel like you're getting value for money, but you're actually buying stuff you don't need. For most people, there will be some people that want everything. There will be some people that can can split it with their mates and stuff. But as you're right, I don't know what the uptick on these boxes would be like. To me, it feels like they won't sell very well. That is just pure speculation on my part. It doesn't feel like there's any real hype around these ones, unless they're starting to do new terrain in them or something else. It feels like the only people that are buying them are people that want them for 40k. You know, the Drakari Elder players want Corsairs, will buy them as early access. The Chaos players will be buying them for early access to the Chaos stuff. Or you can do what I will be doing when something like this tends to happen in a box. I'll either patiently wait because I've got enough stuff to get building in the meantime, and you know, a year will come around in a blink of an eye, and it will be upon me as something I can buy standalone, or I will just go on eBay and buy it from someone who's splitting down a box for probably still cheaper than if I was to buy it separately. So that's probably how I will go about buying those things if and when I do need them.
Yeah, I just think it's the thing, isn't it? It's just, I think the reality is when the first box dropped, we had a couple gorgeous, one in the case of the Death Korps of Krieg, a sort of lauded, almost mythical unit, because plastic Krieg had been something that Krieg community had been talking about for a long time, and then obviously the Orc stuff is just really gorgeous, and it was a new system. It had all that sort of it just had all the excitement around it. And then the next one around, they go, look, it's a unit of Pathfinders, woo, and this Sisters unit that actually is really strong in an army that's actually doing okay for itself at the moment. So, you know, a whole new Sisters unit. Oh, okay, cool. Actually, that's pretty reasonable. I'll get on board. Why not? Sounds like fun. So fine. That's how that went. But yeah, this one, it's like, we've given you the Corsair rules. They're pretty underwhelming. So I just can't see that anyone who's doing it from a kind of rulesy perspective, I think they're probably not that bothered. Anyone who's doing it from
Are they underselling them? Is that what they're saying? You're saying like do you think the rules for them should be so tasty? Every Elder player out there is chomping at the bit to actually go out there and buy it.
I mean, certainly wouldn't hurt, I'm sure, but I think the thing is that I'm glad that Corsairs are what they are. I actually think Corsairs are pretty good. I don't think they're groundbreaking. I don't think they're the best thing in the Codex, but I think there is some viability to them. But anyway, look, the point is, it's just it's such an it's weird. I'm really excited and have been consistently invested in the idea of buying loads of the new Craftworld stuff. But this is the first thing of the recent selection of Craftworld releases where I've gone, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's like, can't give it a miss.
Here's a question. So we were always like, with Kill Team, every faction is clearly going to get a Kill Team upgrade, right? Is Craftworlds now going to get an extra upgrade? Is this it? Is the new Kill Team that is sort of Elder, but it's like its own thing at the same time, the Corsairs, is that the Craftworld update for Kill Team? And likewise, is Harlequins going to see a Kill Team unit? Or because Harlequins is in the Aeldari book, is it kind of done? It's like you've got your Corsairs, that counts as both your Aeldari, Craftworlds, and your Harlequins for Kill Team. No more Elder in Kill Team.
It's such a big question, mate. I couldn't even begin to say. I think I'm intrigued to see what the future is for this version of Kill Team, because it feels like it feels like it got off to a good start, but I just don't think that many people are engaged with it at the moment. It just seems like it sort of never builds, or it just doesn't feel like it's maintaining any momentum. But then that feels the way that Kill Team always feels to me. Like Kill Team never seems to go the distance.
Well, here's the thing.
In my opinion, like
we're like what, 8 months, not quite into a year of Kill Team, like maybe 10 months of Kill Team. 10 months of the last version of Kill Team was like a roller coaster of positivity.
That was a mad version of it,
because it was bish bash bosh. Here's all your units. here's all your kill team terrain, like kill zones. Here's commanders, rogue trader.
Oh yeah. Still need to give you those, by the way.
I know, I'm patiently waiting.
Right.
There's all these things that they came out with in that first year, or just over a year. They did tons of stuff. I think current kill team they're pacing it out, which makes sense because you want it to be a sustainable game. But in doing so, it sort of has a problem, and I think a lot of people are aware of this. Is it's a bit like the same problem that 40k has. Is like the game isn't really in a fit state to play until enough codexes are out, because everyone knows in Kill Team, I'm just idly speculating from what I've read online, that the original compendium that came out wasn't very good. The only decent teams were the new Kill Team specific ones.
Yeah.
And they've only released a handful more of those. So I think a lot of people are just waiting. A bit like people didn't want to get into Necromunda or Blood Bowl until enough of the new teams were out to make it viable for everyone to play. So there are Space Marine players going, I'm waiting for my kill team. There's AdMech players going, I'm waiting for my kill team. And, maybe in a year's time, once all of those have come out, people will suddenly be jumping on it and playing it more because everyone's more of a level playing field than it currently is. That's my overall impression and vibe that I get from Kill Team. And likewise, I think now we're sort of finally in a stage with 40k where people are like, okay, 90% of codexes are out. It's a much more enjoyable game than it was a year ago when there was only a handful of codexes that were out.
Changing topic slightly as well, moving on from kill teams, talking about alternative ways of playing 40k. You know what I pre-ordered today, Phil?
Ooh, pre-ordered.
I pre-ordered something that is, 40k adjacent, not actual 40k, but potentially a different way of playing 40k that I just felt like I had to explore, had to see what it was like.
Do you know what? I wish it was the tournament terrain pack that is actually on last chance to buy. It's not on pre-order, so I know it's not that. But go on, tell me what it is, because I've actually got no idea.
I've pre-ordered Firefight 2nd edition from Mantic Games.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that got mentioned.
Yeah, so Firefight is the 2nd edition of Mantic's skirmish / Warhammer 40,000-esque game. Similarly to what they did with Kings of War, how Kings of War was essentially Warhammer Fantasy, but, maybe streamlined or made to kind of reflect certain systems, certain ideas, and potentially give people something resembling what they were looking for when Age of Sigmar went away. Firefight sounds interesting. I can't pretend I'm going to stop playing 40k as it is. I'm just intrigued. It's 40 quid. You get the rule book, you get dice, you get tokens, and you get all the rules for all of their factions. And when you go through their factions, they've basically got a faction that's basically Space Marines, a faction that's basically Orcs, a faction that's basically Eldar, a faction that's basically Guard. So once you actually start going through it, you're like, well, I don't need to buy any models for it, because all of my existing 40k stuff will do fine.
Have you heard of one-page rules?
I have. I've been intrigued by those as well.
It's similar to that. Didn't you buy another
Beyond the Gates of Antares?
Yeah, because that was a Rick Priestley one, right?
Yeah, so same deal with that. I was really intrigued by that rule set and whether it had that kind of application. I'm still really intrigued by it. I actually would like to play. I know people who play 40k using bolt action rules. They just literally just go, So, it's just intriguing. I just thought I'd throw it in there as a thing that I've done. Whether I'll get around to actually playing a game of it is TBD, but I figured I'd pick it up and I'd throw it out there because people on the internet or, are talking about it as this new system. It's very 40k-esque. I mean, it's a very affordable game to get into versus the Games Workshop product. I mean, £75 starter force from Mantic is a pretty numerous collection, noting that obviously the model quality is unlikely to be to Games Workshop's level, but Firefight just seemed interesting to me. It just seemed like for the sake of 40 quid, it was worth a punt. I was like, you know what? I'll get it. I'll have a read of it. If it seems interesting or if it's got legs, then why not give it a try, you know? But yeah, they got a lot of different dice in it, though. There's a lot of specific kind of like, yeah, it's an interesting system in that regard. But weirdly, I've seen people talking about it. I've seen people saying that there's a lot of streamlined instinctiveness to it and the way that it kind of has players more kind of interacting with each other throughout the game. But I've not seen any actual kind of like demo games or anything yet. So I am just buying blind at the moment. I've got nothing to go on. But Kings of War looked like a good system. Dead Zone, which was another system from Mantic, was pretty good in its kind of streamlined execution of like almost like Necromunda skirmish based thing. I also got their Dungeon Saga Kickstarter back in the day, which was the sort of precursor to Games Workshop bringing back Warhammer Quest, and that was really good. So you know, I've never been massively disappointed with Mantic when I've actually played or engaged with their rule system. So you know, I'm hopeful that Firefight will be at least intriguing, because you know it's fun to mix it up. You know, see if there's anything.
Sure. Yeah, have to let us know how you get on with it.
I will do, mate. Well, again, I've pre-ordered it. I have no idea when it actually comes out. So one day it will arrive, and I'll let you know. Should we do some community questions?
Oh, let's go for it. We'll head over to our illustrious Patreon patrons. We've got Benjamin patrons to start off with. So he says, so to Harlequin or not to Harlequin in an otherwise Beltan list?
Is the implication that he's asking whether he needs to add Harlequins to a Beltan list or whether he needs to do Harlequins instead?
No, I think yeah, he's got a Beltan list. Should he add Harlequins in?
Depends. Really depends on what it is that you're wanting to do. I personally see no reason why you wouldn't want to. Noting that I'm contradicting myself because typically I'm not adding Harlequins to my lists, but that's just because, you know, I just kind of like the pure Craftworld aspect of it. To the same extent, I'm not really interested in exploring the Ynnari options, but, you know, there's no real reason why you shouldn't. If it's something that you're interested in, it definitely adds an extra element to your army. It adds an extra layer of, you know, weird shenanigans that people have to compete with. So, yeah, I mean, you know, I think, you know, you do you, but I can't see why not.
Yeah, because I guess if you want to add in like hard-hitting close combat units, in Aeldari you've got Striking Scorpions is the one that stands out to me. Do you have anything else? You've got Banshees, I guess.
Banshees, Wraithblades, the various characters and things. The Avatar, obviously, that adds a certain level of combat efficiency to the army.
It'd be interesting to see the points cost between like Banshees and Striking Scorpions and the troops, and be like, okay, which is better? Like, would it be just better to swap out those pure Craftworld units for the Harlequins instead, because they get tons of buffs? But then saying that, I remember the Banshees have tons of bonuses as well, so maybe they're comparable.
Yeah, I think it really depends on what it is that you're looking to do. I think the thing is with the Harlequins is that, again, they really seem like they benefit from synergies of all the different sort of elements come together. You want to have the troop masters, you want to have, you know, potentially get that solitaire in there, get the death jester, you know, mix it all up. And you can do that still with the patrol, no drama. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I think I could if I wasn't such a stickler for doing Craftworlds as only Craftworlds, I probably would comfortably find a way of getting more Harlequins into my lists. But as it is at the moment, I'm just sort of
purist.
Yeah, effectively, you know, I'm a Puritan, as it were. I've got weird belt, you know, I've got those weird buckles on my shoes now, or whatever it is, like, and socks up to just below my knee, and puffy sort of black trousers or whatever it is. I don't know. What do Puritans
big hats
wear?
Yeah,
big hats. Yeah, that's it. Cravats, maybe. Yes. I don't know. Yeah.
maybe. Ketchup Truffle Duck, who I remember from our
I remember Ketchup
Instagram.
Truffle,
He's
yeah.
made his way over to the good pages of Patreon. So he says, and this one's for you clearly, how's the lore and the artwork in the Codex? How is the lore, Dan? Have you
I mean, yeah.
have you
It's,
read any yet?
I mean, I'll get around.
You know,
to
this is your
serializing.
Codex. This is your favorite all-time Codex ever.
Yeah.
You're an Elder player.
I will eventually get back round to sitting down and refamiliarizing myself with that side of it. I haven't done.
Do you know what? I'll quiz you every episode from now on until you can give me an answer.
No worries. That's totally fair enough.
And then
Yeah, look,
for the artwork?
sorry. Oh, the artwork. I mean, fantastic, surely. Like, well, mixed bag, right? Like, I think the thing is like, as I say, like the cover didn't quite stack up versus some of the other artworks that they've got. To be honest with you, the best Craftworld Codex artwork is still second edition. The classic kind of aspect warrior character images by, is it Mark Gibbons?
Yes, yeah.
That is still hands down the best there's ever been. You know, some of that artwork is just stupendous. I think what the new artwork does is it does obviously a really nice job of kind of communicating the scale some of the times, and it really has this really beautiful way of depicting all of the sort of mad kind of, you know, fantasy architecture of the craft worlds, but it doesn't have that same kind of grungy personality that those old Mark Gibbons artworks had. I mean, still probably one of my favorite pieces of Craftworld Aeldari artwork is, well, definitely the Avatar as it emerges standing over the burning wreckage of a Space Marine. But also there's this really awesome image of a Dire Avenger walking through the halls of either a Craftworld or a ship. And there's all these really beautiful kind of like details to it. And just the picture is just, yeah, fantastic. I definitely remember, you know, spending a lot of time as a kid sort of really kind of zeroing in on the details and copying and replicating that artwork, trying to, you know, be able to create it myself and replicate it myself. So it's difficult really to compete with that level of nostalgia, I suppose. But yeah, no, Games Workshop always knock it out of the park when it comes to the art direction of these things, and that's no less the case in this one. I also, as well, closing thing, I quite like the Craftworld specific images and how they've managed to kind of communicate the personalities of those Craftworlders with just basic imagery. Although Sam Han being represented by a warlock on foot makes zero sense to me. That's the only one where I'm a bit like, feels like you kind of missed the trick there, but all the rest of them feel like they're oozing with the appropriate level of personality.
True. But yeah, artwork is really nice.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 questions from Luke from Tabletop. I guess it's Tabletop Journeys. It's TT Journeys.
TT Journeys, yeah, Tabletop Journeys. I know Luke.
So he says, what craft world will Dan be running his pink space elves as? And are they just for fun? Or will we be seeing a fully painted pink army at events?
Yeah, hopefully. It's going to take me an awful long time, is the long and short of it. I have almost finished painting a Falcon grav tank. So I'm working on that
in
at
pink.
the moment. In pink, yeah.
Nice.
So what Paulie of Real Space Raider fame, or the Sky Serpent, that's his otherwise assumed identity. Paulie reached out to me and he was like, love the color scheme. How's it going to look on vehicles? And I was like, oh yeah, that's actually a very good question. How am I going to make this work on vehicles? So I've been doing a number of charts, as it were, like color theory things, mapping it out, looking at other things. What I've decided is that I'm going with kind of light gray under area, like engine areas. A lot of the time with Craftworld vehicles like the Falcon or the Wave Serpent, the actual exhausts of the kind of jet propulsion or whatever it is they use for propulsion, along with the grills, are actually done in different colors. Typically they might be like metallics or blacks. At the moment, I'm sticking with those being light gray, like the rest of the kind of under chassis, but I might, as I sort of start finalizing it, feel like I need a little bit of differentiation there. And in those cases, they'll probably just go black, so probably Corvus black. But that's still kind of TBD at the moment because I don't know whether it needs it or not. It probably will need it, just to add a few more of that kind of elements to it. But yeah, what I found is that extra kind of white details do a good job of kind of breaking up the pink. So I've done a few simple like masks where I've like masked off areas and then sprayed like white over the top to create kind of very simple geometric shapes, such as your typical kind of like lines and arrows over the tank to break up the pink. And then I've mucked around with adding in little spot colors of black here and there just to try and take some of the sort of repetitiveness of it out. Figuring out how I'm going to actually weather it or wash it at the moment is the thing that I'm actually quite terrified about. I've done a few test cases on other chassis using other materials and things. So I've been using Ultimate Studios or Ultimate Models light dirt weathering wash and trying to kind of figure out whether that works, but it gives a very kind of muddy look, and I wasn't really looking for that. But equally, I wasn't looking for super pristine either, because at the moment, most of my pink ones have been actually washed with Agrax and then sort of accented with areas of Druchii Violet, which works quite well. So I don't know. It's an experimental process. It's ongoing. It's going to take me a while. I'm definitely not using them at RFW, but I am definitely taking 1,000 points to the doubles in June. That's my.
I thought you were going to take him to RFW.
I've done my timelines. I've done my spreadsheets.
Mapped it out.
I'm just like, there's no way with everything else I've got going on, all my other commitments, because I do this 6-7 hours a week every week, and that's hobby time that I don't have. And I've got other commitments, other things that I have to do, so it's hard to find the time to hobby for me. So at the moment, I'm kind of rigidly trying to at least make sure that I do like 3 or 4 hours a week every week is like my minimum goal. But I kind of mapped that out. I was like, yeah, there's no way I can do 1750 based on
you back on the Unnumbered Suns then for RFW.
No, because again, same problem with them. They take me too long. So because I just didn't make enough meaningful progress on them. So I just bought a AdMech army off of Fingers. So I'm just going to run AdMech.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was going to say running. Because when you talked about vehicles, I'd assume you would do something more like white for the vehicles, but then break it up with like spot colors of the pink. And it's sort of you're doing it more pink, but then spot colors are white. But if you're doing
and black,
large enough areas, I think it'll work fine. Yeah.
It's weird. So I've got like the initial I've done the initial chassis sort of outline of the Falcon, and I've got the white bits on it, and again you've got the odd little green like spirit stones as well, and then you've got the cockpit areas, and you've got the weapons are black. There's enough stuff on it that it doesn't look ridiculous. And then obviously you add in, once you think about where those transfers are going to land, and I think it does okay. I think it's okay. It's just, I was worried that the pink would be a bit much, but it's okay. Because I think weirdly with the way that the pink kind of comes out after I kind of wash it down and all the rest of it, it's almost purple, it's almost sort of towards a more sort of, it's a very light purple almost. So yeah, but in terms of what Craftworld I'll run them as, if I'm allowed to, I will run them just as either straight Ulfway or Beltan. Beltan is probably my first pick in most instances, but Ulfway is how I intend to run them at the doubles in June, just because of the style of build that I'm running with them and what complements what me and Garfield are doing. So I'm just putting that together based on that. But depending on what the rigid rules of the event is, they might have to just be some made up Craftworld that happens to be Beltan or Ulfway, depending on the level of rigidness to it. So technically at the doubles at Warhammer World, they won't be Ulfway. There'll be a custom Craftworld that just so happens to be Ulfway. Very similar to Ulfway, but call it differently. They just can't have an Ulfway relic. That's basically how that goes.
I was going to follow up. Have you posted any photos of your vehicles up yet?
No, because I'm not happy enough with them yet. I want to at least get to a point where I'm somewhat all right with them. But maybe if I make an effort, I'll try and get something up over the weekend.
And if people listening at home want to check out your Instagram, to see
Links in the
these
description.
pink, but what's the name?
Oh, I.R invested. Oh, sorry, I.R invested in unexpected.
Link in the description, everyone, because
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
Can't you just be LOS Dan or something?
Well, that's what my name is on the thing. But like, I don't know. I just sort of, I never really was taking Instagram seriously, and I just thought, well, it was weird. I was watching. I was going through a bit of a retro phase, and I was watching old cartoons. God knows why. Imagine that.
What a surprise!
Anyway, I was watching Cow and Chicken. You ever watch Cow and Chicken back in the day?
Vaguely aware of it, yeah.
Well, at part of Cow and Chicken, they had a sub-series which was I Am Weasel, IR Baboon, and that's where that came from.
Right, I get it.
Yeah.
It should be like IR Dan.
IR Dan would have probably been... Yeah. IR Lookout Sir would have made more sense. But there you go. I went IR invested in unexpected. Because unexpected, Phil, you know? I'm so edgy.
Fair enough. Luke had another follow-up comment. He says, with the announcement of Games Workshop made today on the winged Autarch now being able to take loadout options as depicted on the Codex cover and more, what is the best loadout for them, and how many, if any, would you recommend taking in an already busy HQ slot? Do they get in over multiple Farseers now?
Yeah, I mean, so you can only take one in a detachment. That's the rules. So, yeah, I think you can always find space for an Autarch. It just really depends first and foremost on whether. I think as an Elder player, you got to start in this initial question: am I taking an avatar? Right, because the avatar is a big commitment. So if you're taking an avatar, that's point one. It's like with you, Phil, if you're going to take a Lehman Russ tank commander or Pask. You know, it's like that's the first question you ask yourself: is Pask in this army? Same thing for the avatar. Is the avatar in this army? Okay, cool. He is. In which case, I then need to be very kind of specific about what happens next. Moreover, you're probably going to go Farseer, and then maybe an Autarch, maybe a Phoenix Lord. But if you're taking the avatar, you probably discounted the idea that you're going to take a Phoenix Lord. In the case of the Autarch almost fulfills the Phoenix Lord role, but it's a little bit more versatile because it gives you the reroll ones. It gives you the ability to use 2 command rerolls. But the thing that's really, really cool about it is the fact that it's got all these mad war gear builds that you can do now. In terms of what's the best, I personally think the best for me, and again, you can kind of fill this out. The best for me is always going to be no wings, no webway shenanigans, the jump pack. And the reason for that is because as soon as you've got those on, you gain like the fly keyword or the jump pack keyword or whatever it is, and you can't go in a transport. So if you can't go in a transport within the way that I play Elder, it's pretty useless because normally I want the Autarch to kind of pop out alongside something and support it.
Can you go in a transport, but it just costs you more in capacity?
No. So so hang on, let me grab sorry, I was just grabbing the book. Hang on. So Falcon transport capacity, it cannot transport jump pack models. And actually, here's a question. It can't transport jump pack models. Maybe it can transport fly models. Oh, hang on, son. Autarchs.
Because obviously things like Space Marines can take jump pack models, but it just costs you more models.
So the Swimming Hawk Wings give you jump pack and fly keywords. So fine. So none of the Elder transports can transport jump pack or jump pack models. So
the wings are so big.
Exactly. So wings and jump generators can't go into transports. So for me, it's not worth it because typically the way I want to play it is I want to have the transport shielding the unit, and then I want the unit to perform optimally. So I want it to come out of a transport and do something. So first of all, I don't bother with those. Then the question becomes what the loadout is that you're going for, and at that point, for me, I personally think about the things that I'm going to probably want it to synergize with. And then I probably think to myself that it's either going to be with a unit of Fire Dragons or a unit of Dire Avengers. And then I'm going to build accordingly. If it's Dire Avengers, I'm probably still going to give it the same loadout as if it was Fire Dragons, which is I'll give it a Fire Dragon fusion gun and I'll give it a spear and a Banshee mask. Always Banshee mask, because that is insane utility. The fact that obviously it ignores Overwatch, but also the fact that it makes your opponent fight last is really strong. So yeah, I think basically how I've built it is what I think is best for me. I think honestly, if you're not taking one that's going to go in a transport and support mid-range firepower with reroll ones, then probably take the Autarchon jet bike. Is always going to win out as the best. Well, it's the fastest. It moves up to 22. It's the most durable. It's got the most wounds and it's toughness 4, and it's pretty punchy because it's got the laser lance, which is no slouch. So yeah, I think for me, it's the way I've built it, or whatever. But I am mucking around with the idea of having one with wings, Manda Blasters, fusion, Death Spinner, and a Scorpion Chainsword, because I think that'll be fun for picking off chaff. Nice. But yeah, there you go.
Cool. Right, we're now going to move over to Instagram.
Lovely.
We've got Gavitio. So he says, I bought some Harlequins for my new Elder army. Do you think taking a patrol is worth it as a valid Elder army? They look really fun. He also says, 5 stars on Google Lads. I presume he means there are 5-star reviews over on Google somewhere. So we have to check those out. Dan's typing away, desperate to find them. But I think we've already answered your question. The Harlequins.
No, we can expand on that a little bit,
Elder.
can't we?
Yeah, well, I'll let you do it. But I'm
you do it, Phil. Come on, expand.
Overall, we've pretty much said yes. Harlequins added to an Elder army, probably really good. As we said, you're probably going to be looking at Striking Scorpions, Banshees, Avatar of Cain. All you need if you're going Ynnari, of course. And they're the things that Harlequins do something very similar to. So if you don't have those Elder models, maybe you want Harlequins to plug that gap. I think currently Harlequins have a lot of really good rules, really strong survivability, durability, that makes them just worth taking as an extra, just to be an annoyance, like for, a couple of units, like whether that's, bikes or troops in transports, I think will be really strong for any Elder player. Or Drakari even, they can take them too.
I've gone onto Google Podcasts. I can't find Google Podcasts reviews. Google Podcast reviews. From your library page, shoot podcast from drop-down menu to the left. This will take you to the podcast page. Select the podcast you'd like to review from the list. Click the icon, the 3 dots. Oh, the 3 dots. Okay, I'm on it. Where's my 3 dots? Clicking the icon. It doesn't make any sense. I'm going to have to figure this out on my own time. I won't bore you anymore with that. But thank you very much. If you have left us a 5-star review, that's incredibly generous of you. And we will endeavour to call you out over the internet in due course. Thank you.
Brilliant. We've also got old Cantor Blue. He says,
Cantor Blue.
He says, nice, funny to hear how happy Dan is. I'm not competitive, but I take Striking Scorpions who can destroy Titans and 6 Phoenix Lords. Seriously, though, it's cool to see how strong the Elder Book is. Harlequins seem utterly broken, though.
Scorpions can't kill Titans. Scorpions would run up to a Titan and go, "Oh dearie me, this hasn't quite gone according to plan." But and the 6 Phoenix Lords is a terrible list, by the way. Like, it costs a shed load of CP and is rubbish. So I'm going to defend that assertion also.
That is fair enough, because that is is it thematic? I'd assume it's thematic.
So it's based on an old concept, which I suppose is actually still a concept, may even be within this book had I gotten around to reading the fluff. But it's called the Court of the Young King, is what it's called. And the Court of the Young King is essentially an exarch from every aspect temple. However, that was kind of expanded upon in the Apocalypse rules of 5th edition, or maybe even 4th edition's Apocalypse rules, which was the early beginnings of Games Workshop mucking around with these massive formations. And you had this ridiculous formation in Apocalypse, which was all 6 Phoenix Lords and the Avatar. And I always just loved the idea of that. Unfortunately, in terms of getting the Avatar in, the list gets really difficult to make. But yeah, it was something in the 8th edition Codex, when it was plausible that you could take Dire Avengers as troops, I was able to make the list legal with an Avatar as well. But unfortunately, I can't do that with the way the 9th edition book works, unfortunately, which is a shame. But the idea was, Phil, that's why I bought all the old retro Rogue Trader 2nd edition models, because the idea was to build the army of my childhood dreams.
Nice.
Which
That's
is one of
very
every
good.
Phoenix Lord. But look, I'm very happy with the state of the book. And look, it's amazing what an impact an army that you have such an affinity for can have on your relationship with a game. I'm content now for a while longer, and I will be excited and glad to play 40k for a while longer now that this army exists within it. I just need to work hard to get an army that I'm proud to put on the tabletop, because one of the problems is with my Aeldari range, me personally, is I've always built and painted them for events, and I've always done it to horrific deadlines, and I've not really given myself the time or ability to do myself or the models justice, and that's something I'm trying to address.
I mean, we've not really fully talked about it on the podcast, but you were quite renowned at a time, literally, for being the person that would be painting in the hotel room the night before the event, sometimes in the morning, and sometimes roping other players, other friends, into also helping you out as well.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you haven't done that in a long time. But I remember early days when we were hanging out, going to Warhammer World events. You were very consistently doing that every time.
Yes, yeah, and that's the problem, though, right? Because it just didn't lead to quality. But that's why I've ended up in a situation where now I just buy stuff that's ready done, and then just build lists around what I've got, which has massively hindered my ability to build army lists that I'm actually really super passionate about. But it has made my life a lot easier.
True.
Time for one more, mate, I reckon, unless there isn't any more.
That is pretty much it. We had a bunch of others just saying, they're pleased for your enthusiasm, Dan. We did have someone else on Facebook who said, who called them murder clowns first?
I think that was collective community consciousness, wasn't it? That was.
I presume so. Yeah. Someone might have coined the phrase initially, but who knows?
Was it us? Did we do it?
I doubt it.
Can we own that?
No.
Oh well, there you go. That's the show, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed our insights on Aeldari. I personally really enjoyed getting a chance to talk through it all with you. So hopefully that came across. But yeah, genuinely, thank you very much for listening. It's always a pleasure. Phil, anything you want to say before we say goodbye?
Well, it was very good. As you say, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, which is why reading through this codex has been very insightful for me and my terrible god army.
Or your relatively mediocre Space Marines army.
Yes, I just need to get on and finish painting up my 1,750 points.
I'm
so close.
So close. That'll do it. Thanks very much, everybody. Really appreciate it. Next week, we don't know exactly what we're going to talk about, but we're probably going to jump on the bandwagon of talking about things which seem to be going on in the broader Games Workshop sphere. I think there's been a lot of community chatter about people's general kind of appetite or broader kind of enjoyment of 40k at the moment as a system, and Obviously, we love to kind of wade in on that topic because we talk about it a lot, but we do have some other topics and things that we've been really aching to sort of start talking about and do something other than just kind of reviewing codexes every week. So hopefully we'll give you something entertaining to listen to next week. For next week is technically our fortnightly release as it's supposed to be, and then we will take a week off after that. Well, not take a week off, we'll revert to our more accurate
fortnightly
release.
schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll see what happens. Maybe April will be the first month of the year, Phil, where we actually stick to the fortnightly release schedule. Who knows?
Oof. Well, it depends on what we get in terms of a Codex surprise from Games Workshop.
Yeah. Still overdue on the Shining Spears and Avatar release as well. Hopefully that gets announced as being available soon.
Oh, yeah, a bit delayed.
Still to come.
That happened a
doing
lot
stuff.
with the York stuff as well. So
Yeah.
it'll come when it comes, I guess.
And that always the way. All right, well, there you go, everyone. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.